wish my music was cool enough to be as well thought of or well regarded as Halo. That would be like the win condition. Like when somebody's like, "Oh, I thought this sounded like PGN music for a second." That would be the ultimate win. Although the music is starting to be used in a lot of places. I mean, we have 4 video games now that 2 that are published and then 2 that are in development that use our music. Tower Knight uses it, and then the Christmas game uses it. And 2 other people have asked me if they can use their music in upcoming video games. Somebody in the community sent me a link to a project they're working on, and then I got so sick. I'm going to get I'm going to get to it. Monday was supposed to be the start of maybe some free time, and then of course Monday went 7 ways from Sunday, and so now it's shit. More paperwork, more process. I was having a very, and today I'm gonna be playing video games. I'm gonna be talking about life, the universe, everything, politics. So feel free to jump in. But we were talking about Social Security the other day. Me and an individual, and the problem is Social Security disability exists for the people that are the most vulnerable. But because it exists for the people that are most vulnerable, it gets preyed upon. And because it gets preyed upon, the people that need Social Security most are the ones who end up not able to navigate ultimately the system. A good friend of mine was stuck for a great many years between Social Security and the VA, and couldn't get any assistance, couldn't get enough money to live on. And the big part of the problem is you're not necessarily trying to give this person enough money to live for the rest of their life. What you're trying to do is you're trying to give this person enough money so that they can spend a few years dedicated to therapy. And so this person got to the point where they could no longer exist. They're like, I need to get a job. And I said, if you get a job, then you're going to reset your eligibility date, because they'll be able to show that you worked, and then you're going to have to prove failure to sustain, and that just makes it harder. Well, this person, they're like, well, what the fuck is the answer then? I can't pay my rent, I can't pay my mortgage, I can't buy food. So what? I get it, I hear what you're saying, but what the fuck is the answer? And this individual got incredibly lucky, because within a day or 2 of that conversation, they applied and they got accepted at a job. And then before they started working, their VA unemployability came in, so they were able to turn down the job. Yeah, Caleb, there's a financial audit show on YouTube that goes over people's finances, and I swear every veteran who goes on that show is 100% VA disability. It is crazy. What you have to realize, though, and I've been getting asked, you're not the first person to ask me this question or bring up that point. What you have to understand, a lot of people don't understand VA disability. VA disability, when you go to MEPS, the Military Entry Processing Station, you go through a very full and comprehensive physical. Like, it is invasive, to say the very least. And now, I believe the program is called Genesis, I could be wrong in the name of the program, but I'm pretty sure the program is called the Genesis program. Before you ever go to MEPS, you have to have your ticket to go to MEPS. To get your ticket to go to MEPS, you have to give them your name and your social and all your doctors. And then they put your name into this system, and the system literally finds like your doctors, your providers, and they pull all of your medical history. There's no more, well, there still is a little bit, but there's no more of this bullshit where you're in the military for like 5 years. And then all of a sudden a long-term condition gets discovered, and they're like, what the hell? You said you had a broken collarbone while going through OCS at 33. They asked me what happened. I said it was a birth defect. Never questioned it. Went blue to green. Right, because you had already, I'm guessing you were already in the military, and then you were enlisted Air Force, and then you blue to green Army officer. I'm taking a stab here. Okay, so the reason why in your case it was, what is this? You'd already been in the military. What they don't want to do on your entry into OCS is turn around and say, oh, by the way, if we address this issue now, then we're gonna have to give this individual a retirement. We wanted him as an officer, and if we look too hard at this one, we're gonna have to be like, nope, sorry. But what people don't get about the VA is that, and I hate that it's called VA disability, because I think that's the piece that gets everybody confused. The money that you're getting from VA disability isn't because you're quote unquote disabled. It's yeah, it's supposed to be compensation rather than disability, and that's exactly what most people don't get. You get it because you're familiar with it, but what confuses me, to go back to the point of everybody on Caleb Hammer's show, what throws me for a loop is these young people are on 100% VA disability, but they weren't medically retired. So I think there could be work restrictions if you were separated early from the military and got medical retirement. If you get a medical retirement, there are no work restrictions. Should there be, is a question. And it's a very good question. If the government is giving you enough money to live on for the rest of your life, should you be allowed to, well, let's go the first question. If the government is giving you enough money to live for the rest of your life, should you be allowed then to work for the government, get 100% VA money, and get a government contracting job doing the same job that you were doing, usually, or sister-related adjacent fields? So the VA is going to give you 100%, so they're going to give you about $4,300 a month, and then you're still working at a government job, right? And I'm just like, what is that? Like, we medically retired you out of the military because you could no longer do the job, which I understand. Once, me specifically, I got caught up in Donald Trump's force shaping, which kind of made me angry because I was entitled to 3 years rehabilitation after they shattered my upper arm. The book says 3 years limited duty. And I was like, okay, well, 3 years limited duty. I'll make major. I'll go to ACSC. I'll have my third surgery, and then I'll be deployable again. Well, they were like, no, we're going to do this a different way. I said, well, which way are we going to do this? And they said, we're just going to retire you. And I was like, well, that's kind of shitty. Like, that's kind of not like what I want? Like, do I get a say in any of this? And they were like, no, absolutely not. They're like, have a good life, go away. Sergeant in the Corps got separated early 90s, and he mentioned that he may be limited to what he can do for work without affecting his retirement. I wouldn't be able to speak on that one. Normally, well, I guess it would be similar to mine. Yeah, the guy that fell, he was an aviation tech, fell, got hurt, got a medical retirement, got VA disability, and then went right back to being an aviation mechanic. Well, hold on. If you're able to do the exact job, why did we retire you early then? Not trying to punish you, but if you can do the job, maybe you're not deployable, but maybe we keep you. Oh, I'm also streaming on I'm on a couple other channels. It's against terms of service to say where else I am, but I am on a couple other places. Unfortunately, I'm still working on I'm still laying this back out so that I can shrink the game a little bit and then still see the comments. Otherwise, I take up half the screen with the comments. But no, I think Caleb Hammer's show, I think what's really sad in life is that we have a person who makes their living doing what Caleb does, and yet I did that job at a needs-based financial assistance center where the front of the show, I'm sorry, the front of the building was volunteers. You go in, you bring all your records with you, we take a look at what's going on, and then if you qualify, in order to stop people from going into the other room and tying up the private organization's time, we fill out this sheet for you and we color code it, and then when you go in the back, it's kind of dickheadish the way it was set up, but nobody could help you if your form didn't match their color. And that was because we got a big bottleneck in the back where people were going in back and everybody was talking to them because everybody was trying to see what they could do. Well, if everybody tries to help everybody, then you're having each individual, I think we had like 6 or 7 organizations back there. Each organization is then having to go through and figure out, are you eligible for what we give, how we assist? So you go to the front, then we do your intake sheet. We have everybody's in the back's requirements. So we would color code you up and send you in the back. And then if the only color you had was green and purple, the green people talk to you, the purple people talk to you, and then they sent you back out the door because everybody else knew you weren't eligible for aid. The problem we have is Caleb Hammer's content shouldn't have to exist. You shouldn't have to go to a private individual, help you figure out how to get your finances in order. But then we run into another problem with helping people, and the problem with helping people is the people. Caleb Hammer's entire realm of content should be done by the government. Yeah, Caleb will never be out of a job, that's for sure. Yeah, Caleb will never be out of a job because these people, I watch his show, or a lot of people send me particular clips. I think his show is amazing, but it's like, stop spending fucking money. Like, stop spending money on shit you don't have. The other one is uh, the, or should we say, debt consolidation. Debt consolidation is a great fucking thing. Break. It only works right if after you consolidate your debt, you don't close those credit cards because that'll hurt your credit while you're repairing your credit. Because remember, credit is a stupid, the whole fucking credit formula is a stupid formula, and most people don't realize that. But you get all your credit card debt consolidated, but you don't put those credit cards into the safe and never touch them. Pretty soon, now you've got $30,000 in credit card debt and $30,000 in consolidated debt. I got out of the military in 2018. My last annual training actually started including financial literacy training for Marines. They went over retirement primarily, but also some other stuff. Yeah, too slow. But at least they're trying. The Air Force has gotten better with financial literacy training. Also, this is going to sound terrible, but if you guys know my big stomping point, if I got elected president, the only thing I would focus on in the first 4 years of my term is fixing schools. Not because I don't think all these other problems are important, but you can't fix a society where more than half of your society reads at the elementary age level. You just can't fix society that way. When we get to, when young kids get to the military, we have to teach them. In fact, sometimes we have to, on their base arrival briefing, tell them that the 2 lemon lots right outside the gates are off limits establishments. I had recommended, and I got kind of laughed at, and then the Air Force, my first commander, he listened to what I was saying and he realized what I was getting at. The Army and the Marines, in my personal opinion, have a shittier quality of life while they're E1s to E3s and E4s. But by God, does the Army and the Marines, at least 20 years ago, take better care of their young people because of this fact. You're living in the barracks. Well, your sergeant controls your existence. Like, hey, Sergeant, I'm going off base to buy a car. What the fuck you mean? They sound like your dad. What the fuck you mean you're going to buy a car? Where are you going? What are you getting? I'm gonna go get a Dodge Charger. The fuck you are? You can't afford that. Wanted to say thank you to Quantum Traveler. Very generously donated some subscriptions the last couple of times they were here. Walked us up quite a lot. That money will go to either Extra Life for Kids in November when I do my annual show, or getting custom music made. Break. I always like to be transparent about where the money goes in my little business. I fucked up. I'm always willing to say when I fucked up. I prepaid $2,000 on my federal taxes for the company instead of $200. It is more ass pain than it is worth to try to get the IRS to send me back the $1,800. So I won't owe any more federal taxes for the rest of this year. I mean, I'll pay like a nominal $10 just so the tax record shows I paid. But I'll have to wait till the kitty fills up. And then next year, I am going to get some. Yeah, I gave the government a free fucking loan. I didn't have my glasses on. And when I typed in 200, I typed in 2,000 by mistake. So luckily it's not. Luckily I didn't type in no 20 fucking thousand. The company couldn't. I didn't have that in the account anyway. God, the jump to E4 is massive in the core. The treatment between junior Marines, NCOs, and senior NCOs is insane. Yeah. When I was stationed in Japan, you couldn't even get a POV unless you were E6 and you were married and lived off base. Right. But I recommended for the Air Force. One thing I liked, I was older when I was in tech school, and we had Army right next door to us. And because I wasn't Army, the drill sergeants, they were cool with me. I mean, they had no reason not to be. I'm not one of their fucking problems. So they were always cool with me. I was asking them questions about the Army, and what their thing was is like, yeah, because the Army guys, the Army kids, I shouldn't call them kids, but they were kids. They got in trouble. I don't know what I don't remember what the Army calls it, but the Air Force calls it a GI party. We have to, every Sunday we had to be back at our rooms at like 6 o'clock in the evening to clean the dorm and shit. Like, that's the day that we clean the common areas of the dorm. Well, my classmate, I went to a tri-service school, so Army, Air Force, Navy, because the Marines don't have BMETs. The Army guys were pissed because they ended up getting out of class on Friday at like 3, and then they went right to a field site training environment all weekend. They only had gotten in at about 2 a.m. Monday, got like 4 hours of sleep, and then had to come to class. And that's because they fucked something up. Something at the dorm. The dorms were disgusting, whatever it was. But, you know, what I really appreciated was watching, because we could see the Army guys getting yelled at from our smoke pit. I didn't smoke, but I sat down there. What I thought was interesting was they couldn't do anything in their life as young people without permission. Well, if you can't do anything in your life without permission, it stops you from taking a $50,000 loan at 28%. I suggested for the Air Force that we should have Sergeant Mom and Sergeant Dad. The CQ person, instead of just being the CQ for, you know, charge of quarters, they literally should be there like, hey, I'm going to buy a car. Okay, well, in order for you to buy a car, you need to be able to bring the car on base. And in order to be able to bring the car on base, you need to go to the car buying seminar, right? Because we want to make sure that you don't get fleeced and taken for a ride. And I remember my major was like, this is the military. We're not here to be their parents. And I said, cool. So we're here to keep having to give the same bullshit briefings all the time because they keep fucking up the program, and yet we expect magically through osmosis the next group of people to not make the same mistake. Because I had just finished my master's in education when I went to basic and then tech school. How do we expect somebody to know something if we don't teach them how to do the something? Like, I thought about this. You guys are going to laugh. It's kind of silly, but I was out there this morning. We got a lot of rain while I was on vacation. My first vacation in May. And then I got back. I did a little bit of cleaning up the yard and stuff, but I've got back problems. I've got a shoulder problem. I worked this morning in the yard, and my wife, partner, she like solves my problems for me before I have them. She bought me a new bush blade. A little bit different than a sickle, but it's essentially a sickle. Well, back in the day, my sickle was sharp on the inside and then sharp on the noon to 3 o'clock on the top of the blade, so that as you slice, if you get stuck, you have a blade as you're coming out. And I put thick work gloves on. Now keep in mind, I know how to use a sickle. I'm familiar with the operation of this particular implement. I damn near fucking took my leg off because it's been so long since I've done it. And I thought to myself, well, I'm trained how to use it. Trained by my father. And I forgot what I was doing. Why do we expect children to know things that we haven't taught them? Like, I'm not going to talk too much about my daughter and her family because it's her family and it's private. But my daughter is an infinitely better parent than I am. No bullshit. My daughter is infinitely better at raising her children than I was. I'm useless. There is no, like, what I watched as a kid growing up was when the grandparents came, you downloaded some of the tasks to the grandparents so that you could do everything else. No, my daughter's on fucking point, man. She is, like, my daughter should definitely be submitted in her community for parent of the year. My daughter's on fucking point with her parenting. And I kind of laughed with her and I said, well, you're a much better parent than I am. She looked at me and she's like, well, who taught me? And I was like, okay, high five. Self high five. Because she said it. Like, who taught me? You did. Oh, okay. At least, so I get some kudos in here somewhere. I don't know why we expect people to know something until you know you've taught them. And none of this bullshit, like, you should have learned that in school. I think, honestly, we need a federal high school graduation test. Not for punishment or advancement or pay or anything, but I think we need a federal high school examination test or exam on your way out the door. I think we definitely should copy the Chinese school model. Well, I'm more akin to I want to copy the Japanese school model with tracking. But what I mean at the very end of it is you take this test and it tells you all the shit you're deficient in. Like, imagine that. Imagine finishing up high school and you take this exam and this exam gives you that gut punch. And it says you have no financial literacy. Like, imagine how different some people's lives would be if they got a piece of paper that said, hey, your financial literacy is poor. Your health and hygiene understanding is poor. Your legal understanding is poor. Like, then there is no bullshit going back a year or 5 years later suing your high school because they failed to prepare you for life. I think if you started giving the graduates an exam so that they could know what they were deficient in, I think that would start to fix the school problem. I also want to counter. I saw a video. I'm going to show some of this stuff when I do a politics show again, but I'll let the cat out of the bag. I saw a guy say, if you want to fix high schools, you can't allow private, parochial, and charter schools. All the rich people's kids have to go to the same school as the poor people's kids, because that's the only way the poor people's kids' schools will get fixed. And I was like, nah, that's not how it would get fixed. Because then they'll just be going to become mathletes at the Mathasium. They'll be doing Khan Academy. They'll be doing Sylvan Learning Centers. Rich people are never going to allow their children to have the same bullshit education as everyone else. They'll make their kids do... They won't even give a shit about their kids' grades at the high school. They'll create their own society where, yeah, your high school grades aren't what we do to determine admission. It's now your Jalan Academy opened in 50 states. Sorry, Hawaii, I'm not going there. But that, you know what I'm saying? You should have those tests every year since most people won't care when they're finished school. I disagree with you. I fundamentally disagree with you. I don't disagree with you that the average person won't care because they're finished with school. But I do think that if we gave the shell shock to the people when they were high school seniors, I want to believe that more people rather than less people would say, oh, shit, these are the things I need to learn. We could also, and people aren't going to like it when I say this, but we could tie your eligibility for federal lending to your standardized test score you took in high school. Well, I want a college loan. No. Why? Your financial literacy is at 23%. We can't in good faith give you a loan because you don't understand it. We can give you $10,000 to go to community college because that's where you should be. Like, it amazes me. I love the conversations I have with people in PMs after some of my shows. I love it, right? But some people are like, you're telling people not to go to college and you're setting them up for failure. How am I setting them up for failure? Only 7% of the jobs in this country actually require a college ID. I'm sorry, a college degree. 7% of jobs. We've turned having a college degree into a status symbol. Like Jimmy Carr said, it's a luxury item. And when something's a luxury and everybody has it, it then no longer has value. Did you get down here? So, I think that we need to change how we are doing things. And high schools, I'm gonna bump this up, I'm kind of hurting my neck looking down. High schools need to be changed. Instead of high schools being college prep schools, high schools need to become life prep schools. You should be able to be a fully functioning member of society after high school. People need to get back to good old-fashioned American grit back. I agree with that 150%. The fucking mentality of some people is you're just fucking weak. You're like, I'm not trying to be mean, but some people, you want to say to them, you want to know the answer to your problems? Well, first you need to understand the problems. You want to understand the problems? Go look in a mirror. Well, what's that supposed to mean? You are your own worst fucking enemy. My state is having a big fight right now after a set of laws passed and gives parents an education voucher and have changed the requirement for homeschooled children for not having students to keep submitting state test exams. So, I do not believe that you should be able to homeschool your children unless you are using an approved program or you have a teaching certificate at any level, undergraduate, graduate, doctorate, or you're only direct teaching the subject matters for which you have a college degree. So you have a college degree in mathematics. You can teach the algebra. You can teach the geometry, the trigonometry. But for the history, the English, the literature, you've got to use some sort of formally accredited program. Here's the problem with that. Because you're going to be creating something that is susceptible to corruption, you can just naturally assume it's going to have corruption. In high school, I would have killed to get into any of the shop classes, which were mostly discontinued by the time my family moved to the States. Yeah, that's what I cannot fathom is why schools are getting rid of their vocational education departments when the majority of the students read at the 6th grade level. So why are we not having them in training that's going to help them get a job? Like, I think I streamed last Friday, and that fucking moron that was here telling me that their son-in-law is making $18 an hour with 4 ACS certifications in Detroit. My wife was chomping at the bit to come in here and fucking just slap my wife is a mechanic's daughter. She said that's just bullshit. You're just spewing bullshit out of your mouth. You are not making $18 an hour anywhere with 4 ACS certifications. You're just not. I get to hear all the time how there's a nationwide shortage of electricians. Yeah, we do have a nationwide shortage of electricians. You know why we have a nationwide shortage of electricians? I have a fucking degree in electrical engineering, okay? I will be the first person to admit, having a degree in electrical engineering does not mean that you automatically understand residential house safety for electrical code. I will be the first person to say that. Because being an electrician and being an electrical engineer are two different fucking things. Now, I happen to be dual-purposed. I can work at a power plant, and I don't mean like a nuclear power plant. I mean like a field generator. I understand the concept of power generation because of my training. And I understand when I plug it into the outlet, I understand from the outlet through the machine to the output. But I will never fucking say my training, my formal schooling makes me qualified to pull wire in your house. I will never, ever, ever fucking say that. The only reason why I could reliably lay conduit, pull electrical wire from the circuit breaker box to an outlet, set it up, make sure everything's properly grounded, ground fault interrupt, is because my father taught me, and my father was an electrician. My father supervised the engineers and the electricians. We need electricians. We need good electricians. But we make it so fucking hard for people to become electricians. We need plumbers. People don't understand. We need plumbers. The reason why you're paying $800 for a plumber to come out to your house is because we don't have enough of them, and so they can charge what they want because they aren't having to keep their prices low in order to get jobs. They're not bidding against 10 other contractors. There's 2 other contractors. What they're bidding against is, are you willing to stand the smell of sewer gas in your house for 8 days? Because he's the guy you don't want me to guess you don't want it fixed. Yeah, exactly. Like, there is no way that I can do the yard work that needs doing. There's no way I can do it. It's too much. I've got to have bushes ripped out. I've got to have trees cut down, stumps grinded, because it's the backyard. I don't give a shit that I have some tree stumps in my front yard. But in the backyard, when I go to sell this house, I don't want there to be tree stumps. Because then I'll have to grind them down or face the fact that my house becomes unattractive to people with littles. Guy came over. I know the guy. Good dude. I've helped him get a lot of other jobs. He was like $1,500. And I was like, cool. And he kind of looked at me and he's like, I said that we're going to be here 2-3 hours. I said, yeah. He's like, you didn't even bat an eyelash at $1,500. No, why would I? I don't have a grinder. I don't have a wood chipper, right? I don't have those things. So I automatically know a grinder will cost me $300 or $400 to rent one. If I can even find a place around here that rents stump grinders. Number two, I don't have a wood chipper. Number three, I don't have a pickup truck. So I don't have a tow hitch on my crossover. So now I'm renting a fucking pickup truck. I'm renting a wood chipper. I'm renting a stump grinder. I'm $700 or $800 into this fucking project before I've even trimmed out the first fucking bush. So when this guy said 1,500, cool, no problem. That's easy because federal testing scores don't have any trade-related results. So if you want to make your federal education scores higher, you don't spend any time teaching trades. Yes, mostly. You? Okay. Oh shit, I forgot you had one. Yeah, and God forbid you have to extend the rental time. Right. You grew up in Bulgaria, you have technical schools for most trades where parents can enroll their kid instead of regular school. They still taught basic language and math, but most of the time was spent on practice experience. So, other countries understand that if you want to have laborers, you've got to teach them. Like, I don't know where we went wrong as a society, where people stopped valuing people stopped appreciating the value of money. You have little skin in the game, but I'm just going to watch how it plays out. But New Hampshire is a pretty highly educated area, so we don't have many low-educated people this way. The problem with watching how things turn out is everybody talked about how good No Child Left Behind was going to be. The parents of children in impoverished neighborhoods talked about how great No Child Left Behind was going to be because their children were suddenly going to get an education on par with the smart kids' education. No Child Left Behind meant that most states realigned their minimum curriculum standards. They reduced them in order to ensure compliance with the federal law. Before No Child Left Behind, I think the Illinois teaching for social studies had about 240 mandatory key components. You have to teach these like 240 skills. Afterwards, it became 181, which was ironic because there was also 181 days in a school year. I'm only teaching you one thing a day. I think we will go full circle in 20 years where the old heads retire and our infrastructure starts to be crumble because of shortages. YouTubers and TikTokers won't be able to help us then. Right. Surprised you're still playing this game? Oh, I play this game. This game is going to be the game I probably play until I retire from gaming, unless a good MMO comes out. I'm willing to give Guild Wars 3 a try when it comes out, but this keeps me entertained because there's enough little things to do. There's enough little things to do in this game. Like, I'm writing a novel. So some days I'm writing and I'm writing a passage and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna write, I'm a game, I'm gonna write, I'm gonna game. Because this game is like very low, like I have to do 12 of these today. Very low thought process. Press X every so often to get my shield, shoot a whale in the face. Okay, so while I'm doing that, I can be thinking about the direction of my writing. I can, if something comes up, I can very quickly Alt-Tab, jot down a couple of words on a notepad, and then go back to it. Do I wish that this was a better game? Yeah. Do I wish, for example, that Ashes of Creation got out from under Steven Sharif and they actually were able to release that in its original 2017 version? Absolutely, I do. ArcAge beta in China for a closed area. Honestly, I would love for them to just re-release the original ArcAge. The reason I don't play on the ArcAge private server is if I played on the ArcAge private server, I would probably never get anything else done. It's kind of like if EVE Online, oh, you tried it, it's shit, do yourself a favor. Thank you, I trust Astro. I trust Astro with ArcAge. So, if EVE Online, whatever their new name is, I know people keep telling me the new name. It's been CCP for like 22 years. If EVE Online released a fresh cluster, that would be it. I would literally say to you guys, this is now the game that, in order to get me out of, I would be EVE 101. That's what I would play. Now that my kids are older and my wife and I game separately, Fenris, thank you. I should be able to remember that. I just need to think Guru, get a Fenris. But my wife and I game separately now. Gaming used to be the thing we did together because I wanted to game and she wanted to spend time with her husband. Now, my wife is playing Disney Dreamlight Valley, and she loves it. What server am I on? I am on Y4 Permanent Manibus. I went all in on it, had rose-colored glasses until I started doing the end game, and the game slowed down. I learned about the devs looking the other way when some people blatantly cheat. Oh, if you're gonna have an ArcAge server and you're not gonna police the cheaters, no good. Is there a time frame for Guild Wars 3? I want to say beta is next year, if I remember correctly. Guild Wars 3 is right around the corner. Maybe alpha next year. Beta next fall. That's it. Imagine Stop Killing Games led to a perfect ArcAge server coming out. Stop Killing Games was such a fucking horrible joke. Really great intention, but the road to hell is paved with good intentions. When I did my rebuttal to Stop Killing Games, the big piece was people got mad. They're like, you're supporting big corporate. No, I'm not supporting big corporate. I'm not supporting big corporate. What I'm saying is I'm supporting common fucking sense. Brazil liked it enough to take a lot from it and draft up new laws. Great. Let me know how that works out. Considering the fact that most game developers have to regionally price normalize games in Brazil anyway. Normally, Brazil is a sunk cost. Brazil says if you make your game available for our people, then you have to have these things. Fine, we won't make our game available for your people. Yeah, devs will just go, fine, we won't release in Brazil. That's the problem with... That's the problem with trying to big dick energy it up. Do I like the route Arcade Chronicles is headed? It seems to have an emphasis on single-player experience. Are large-scale MMOs being sunset? No, I think, well, yes. I think large-scale MMOs are being sunset. I think what people have to do is they have to look at where winds meet. You have to look at where winds meet, and you have to think to yourself, how fucking perfect of a scenario where winds meet is. And what I mean by that is, when I log in at 2 o'clock in the morning, because I can't sleep. Like the other morning, I was up till 5. I couldn't sleep. When I log in and nobody's on, I still want to have content that I can do. And this is why I'm gonna call the fucker out, because he's one of the worst. He's one of the worst fucking parrots there is in the MMO space, but he's everywhere. It's Talents from the Ashes of Creation Discord. He's a fucking plague on good ideas because he doesn't even understand the basics of gaming, but he just rambles on and on and on about why everybody who doesn't share his opinion is wrong. For example, a dungeon being instanced is not a bad thing. A dungeon being instanced and then inaccessible to everybody else is a bad thing. An instance that you load into is absolutely no different than a grid. Except we can set a hard cap to how many people can go into an area. We lock the instance out because it's designed to be 8-person content. Okay? Well, we want to be able to PvP in dungeons. Okay. If your guild is, I'm going to do a 0 to 10 scale. If your guild is level 5 or above, you become vulnerable to people infiltrating your dungeons. The number of people that may infiltrate your dungeon is capped at 2 times the number of people you may bring into the dungeon. So if it's an 8-person dungeon, you can only bring in 8, but they could bring in 16 to disrupt you. Because you have to be formally at war with that guild. And if you're formally at war with that guild, then what that means is, no, we're safe for you. Well, how would they know? Because when you get to the dungeon gate, it would tell you there's an enemy squad in the dungeon. Do you want to join the dungeon? Do you want to join your own instance of this dungeon? Or do you want to infiltrate their dungeon? Just make it an option going in. Well, I want to go in and I want to fuck with the level 1 guild people. No. I'm simply telling you no. There's no debate. There's no why it's no. The answer is no. Because that is not conducive to keeping a game healthy. Only a small percentage of studios would be able to comply with what Stop Killing Games wanted. Indie studios do not have the money to spend on continual support. You're right. The other one is, the idea of dynamic gridding is awesome in the eventual future of MMOs. No, it's not. 100 years from now, maybe. Dynamic gridding is a stupid idea. The reason why dynamic gridding is a stupid idea is dynamic gridding doesn't pass the 5 whys. I've yet to meet anybody who works in video game development that can make dynamic gridding pass through the 5 whys. Why do we need dynamic gridding? For performance. Why? Because too many people on the screen competing with NPCs and other processes means the grid controller can't allow more people on the grid. Why? Because it's a technological limitation. Why? And that's where you get stuck. Because there is no answer to why when it's a technological limitation. Then all the people that were sucking Steven off saying, oh, he's working a dynamic gridding. Great. You know what their version of, you know what dynamic gridding is in its infancy right now? It's content density management as a cost-saving solution to the studio, which has absolutely no bearing on the player. Yeah, dynamic gridding right now is absolutely a gimmick, because if you're familiar, I'm going to use the country of America, right? You put the whole country of America on one grid. That's not going to work too well. So then you divide it into 50 grids, and you say, okay, I divided it into 50 grids. The performance is better. Oh, why? Because you manage the content density. Instead of one large seamless, I'm sorry, back off. Instead of one large continual map, you have 50 maps with seamless transition to a neighboring map. But as always, if you're in California and you're teleporting to New York, you're either going to have a loading screen or a cover over to the loading screen, because you have to have a loading screen when you're traveling to a non-adjacent grid, because your computer can't store the entire fucking game at one time. It only can store what you need to immediately be able to access. Dynamic gridding then in a state. Oh, okay, well now we have the whole state on one grid. That's good. Let's put the whole state on one grid. Okay, the state of Illinois. You have the capital, Springfield. There's a lot of NPCs there. Oh shit. Yeah, we need to dynamically grid that so that there's not performance issues. So you mean all the time? Because it's the central hub for the state? There's always going to be people there. It's the fucking JITA, right? So you know there's always going to be people there. Yeah, well, we'll spin the grid up and down as needed. Or you could stop being cheap and you could just dedicate that to a permanent fixed grid, because you know people are always going to be there, because you fucking designed it for people to always be there. Then Chicago, it's designed to have people there, so you put content density. Now, follow me here for a second. Soldier Field is inside Chicago. People are like, oh, dynamic gridding would be great because when there's content at Soldier Field, it could spawn its own grid. Okay. You're not wrong, but we could solve that problem with content density planning. What we're going to do is we're going to move the major sports arena outside of the major metropolis. Why? Because then we don't have to worry about fucking this grid spinning up and going down and spinning up again. We simply made a decision. We already know there's going to be 4,000 people here. We don't want another 2,000 people on top of this 4,000. We're going to take these 2,000, put them on a grid 2 grids over. That way, if combat happens, the combat isn't happening across the grid line where you already have 4,000 people. Now, we're dynamic gridding for Ashes. I'll use Ashes specifically. A place that I think dynamic gridding would have worked really well around caravans. Because as a caravan fight starts to become, you know, a knockdown, drag-out fight, you want the caravan to be its own self-contained grid, because you can't manage the content density. You don't know if I'm going to take the river or the road or the trail, or if I'm going to off-road it. So having dynamic gridding for that is pretty good. Star Citizen. We are going to have it set up where you can pull other people out of warp. Okay, well then there you need dynamic gridding, because you don't ever know where the next fuckery is going to happen. So you need a grid that can appear around the fuckery if the fuckery starts to turn out to be a call to arms reinforcement fight that builds up. Your chain of whys reminds me studying incident investigation. I forgot the specifics, but it was something like being able to get to the root cause within 5 questions if you are asking the correct questions. Yeah, if you're asking the right questions, the 5 whys don't necessarily always get you there in 5, because sometimes 1 why, you have to go down a 5 whys of one of the 5 steps. But if you don't get to the root cause of a problem within 5 whys, you're asking the wrong questions. Dynamic routing to my ears sounds like content that's designed to be too dense for the current hardware and that only server-side solution. Can the clients even handle that density? Can the clients handle the density? Yes, but okay, so don't hate me, PC players, but console players have an advantage over PC players. The reason why console players have an advantage over PC players is that the developer knows to which standard exactly am I building the game. You're not trying to build a game for 9,217 different configurations. Like, there was this fucking dumbass. I got myself in trouble the other day. This in chat. This guy comes in and he's talking about how the most recent patch for Once Human didn't trash his computer, but he's getting really shitty performance. And I said, if you're getting really shitty performance, what have you done? Because, as you know, I am not your IT person, but I can walk you through the shit that I've had to do to try to fix my stuff. He's like, this game runs like crap on a 4080. No, it doesn't. I no, the fuck it doesn't. I know the fuck it doesn't, because I'm playing the game on a 4080. So I said to him, so what makes you think the game is running like crap on your 4080? He's like, well, this computer has no problem playing Red Dead Redemption 2. Excuse me? Isn't RDR2 a 2013? I'm sorry, isn't there minimum specs for that game a GTX 770, which is a 2013 card? And so I'm trying to help the guy, and I'm just like, look, man, I can't fucking help you if every time I'm trying to help you, you're going to tell me, well, there's nothing wrong with my hardware. There's nothing wrong with my hardware. I know what I'm talking about. Motherfucker, I know what I'm talking about too. And it got to the point where when the game machine was acting up and I couldn't figure out what was going on, I called Origin, and Origin was like, yeah, your graphics card, I'm sorry, your CPU is in the list of CPUs that were potentially defective. Now, I ended up having a wonderful conversation with Origin. They are great people. I really respect Origin. Not everybody likes their prices. I get that. I shop with Origin for the simple reason of I don't want to worry about my computer 2 years from now, 22 months from now. I want to know for the first 2 years that I have my computer, that if I have a problem, they'll take care of it. This computer went back because I may not use the right word, so if I don't, one of you tech people help me. My CPU was one of the i9s that was known defective, and so Origin had to get it, pull it, test it, and then RMA it. They had to wait for approval from Intel to replace it. That's what the driving yeah, was one of those. That's what the driving factor was. And that's why I don't mind paying the Origin price. They paid to ship it back. They paid to return it to me. The other streaming box over there, it's hard to, yeah, thanks. It was rough. I wore myself ragged doing yard work. The streaming box over there is starting to die. And I got like kind of pissed, man. I was like, holy fuck, I can't believe my fucking computer. It's only, yeah, motherfucker is 6 years old. Okay, yeah, stay with me, Big Papa. I can't replace the streamer box right now, but you just stay with me. You know, the Origin had to remote into that thing a couple of times. I would rather have the ability for them to remote into my PC than have to ship it back or take it to a repair place. But if you're starting to talk about your game is running like crap, but your computer can run Red Dead Redemption 2, then you have a fucking unrealistic set of expectations for how your computer should be performing. And as long as you have that, you're never going to be able to handle or control people's opinions, because they're thinking that they're thinking that you should be able to have 1,000 versus 1,000 fights. Now, did we all fall for it when Steven Sharif was bullshitting us all? Yeah, because we were believing that he had a solution for the 1,000 versus 1,000 fights. It sucks, right? It sucks that we all got bamboozled, but you know, and Steven Sharif and his bullshit really, really, really hurt the industry. Is that at 1080 or on a 1080? Yeah, no, it was on a 3060. Steven Sharif being the great white hype for MMOs is a lot like PETA being the gold standard for animal adoptions. I'm convinced the reason so many games run like crap is because of Unreal Engine. The reason why so many games run like crap is this. And again, if any of the game developers that hang out here or work in game development need to correct me, feel free to correct me. Unreal Engine is a COTS solution. It is a commercial off-the-shelf solution. A commercial off-the-shelf solution does exactly what it's designed to do and no more. Unreal Engine as a COTS solution is a battle royale game. It's a shit, what was the other one? Was it Paragon that was theirs? The 5 versus 5 MOBA? That is what Unreal Engine is organically out of the box. Yeah, Paragon was Epic's. Paragon's assets are all inside of, you can use $12 million worth of assets for free if you use Unreal. But now, a lot of game developers Unreal Engine offers everything and anything, and many developers don't know how to adapt it to their needs and remove the overhead. Right. But when I was driving back from South Carolina, I saw a Toyota Camry with a tow hitch pulling one of those little square U-Haul boxes. That is an example of a game developer getting Unreal Engine and then trying to use it for a purpose that for which it was not intended, and then understanding why you're stuck doing 55 miles an hour and everybody's honking at you and everybody's mad at you and shit's going sideways on you, and that's because you're using a commercial off-the-shelf solution for a purpose for which it was never intended. You were never intended to do it that way. So if you do it that way, it's gonna work. It's gonna work stupid. It's gonna work ugly. It's like you're probably a baby boomer, or I'm sorry, you're probably a Gen Xer, and you're used to solving problems with whatever you have. Like, my kids have looked at me a couple of times in life. We've been fixing something, and I'll be like, hey, hand me that hammer. What are you gonna, or hand me that wrench. What are you gonna use the wrench for? Because the hammer's downstairs and I'm lazy and I don't want to get it. So my daughter watches me put a nail in with the side of a wrench. Not what it was fucking intended to do, but it worked. I think if we look at developers with Unreal Engine, it's a lot like what Malcolm says in Jurassic Park. You didn't earn the knowledge for yourself. You stood on the backs of giants, and you spent so much time trying to figure out if you could, you didn't stop to think if you should. We are not anywhere close to 1,000 versus 1,000 fights. We're not anywhere close to 1,000 versus 1,000 fights. You know why? Because reality isn't 1,000 person versus 1,000 fights. A general has colonels, has majors, has captains, has lieutenants. A general has a colonel that has 3 lieutenant colonels. 1 lieutenant colonel has 3 to 5 majors. Each major has 5 to 7 to 10 captains. Each captain has 3 to 10 lieutenants. Each lieutenant has 16 to 64 soldiers. Everybody keeps talking about these bigger fights. They suck because they don't match reality. They don't line up with what we already know is how life works. Appreciate the resub. No. What we have is we have a really shitty series of bad expectation management. I want to be able to independently target one of 1,000 people in a fight. Yeah, if you played EVE Online, depending on your ship class, you had UI filters that took everything off. My job, I flew a Harpy. A lot of people used to laugh. I would get the craziest fucking mails from people, because back in the day when EVE was good, you would look at who was on your kill mail and you would send a congrats to them. Like if they popped your really, pricey ship, you might trash talk them or send some stuff for a good fight. I used to get a disproportionate number of mails. I flew a Harpy. I had 3 things on my overlay. Interceptors, interdictors, pods, and drones. My alliance commander used to laugh his ass off because our spy was telling him that people were screaming in fucking TeamSpeak that I was the primary target in a heartbeat. They were primarying me because I was popping, 500 billion ISK pods. There were days that I would watch the video recap of our fight, and I had no fucking idea what we were even fighting because my overlay had my 4 things on it. That was my job. People would say like, oh man, that fight was really cool. I'd be like, okay. We killed all this stuff. I'm not on those kill mails. Why? Because my guns are queued and I'm waiting for a pod to appear. Double sensor booster. Oh, pod's gone. 1,000 versus 1,000. Nobody has tried to explain to me how 1,000 versus 1,000 is going to be good content. Because just look at this. Look at this as a screen. Try to imagine 2,000 people on that screen. If I could even visually comprehend 2,000 people, that would be great. The only thing I would need to see is on my side would be my party, and I would maybe want to see the other tanks. I'd want to know, like, I'm gonna borrow Chephosaurus here for a second. So I'm a tank, Chephosaurus is a tank. We're online with each other. Another tank over there. Oh shit! Look, they're turning the flank. Now I have to turn because I see those bison, so I have to move. I have to back off and turn because whatever the fuck is going on over there. But I can't be listening to what's over there. So there would have to be a person above me who, Jay, turn your flank. Jay, turn your flank right. Jay, keep turning right. I can't turn any more right anymore, and I'm behind our lines. Arcage, people used to say Arcage was great. Arcage was fucking Mage Ball Zerg combat. Please stop talking about how fucking 1,000 people, or let's say Arcage, 400 people at a fight isn't fucking good. Spamming Meteor and spamming AoE radial skills and AoE radial heals isn't good combat. Battlefield with 64 can get a bit much, but there's a lack of communication issue. Yeah. The whole point of volley fire historically is you wanted to just hit everything that ways, not pick out a single person. Yes. Bannerlord can do 300 versus 300. It's a tad laggy, but it works. Tech-wise, I think we're maybe 5 to 8 years off Prophet 1,000. Right, we're probably, I would say we're 10 years off for 1,000 versus 1,000 combat from a technology side. But there's still no fucking point to it. Say this was a World Conquer map. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's 12 of these points. I think instead of having, first of all, we would have to bring a couple of them down here. If you want to do the battle map, you want to have 1,000 versus 1,000 map, great. Each one of these regions has 1 or 2 of these frontiers that you have to capture. So as the battlefield commander, I tell Grumpy Old Man he's the Chalk Peak commander. And Grumpy Old Man says, let me look at the map. He says, okay, shit, I don't need X, Y, and Z. I need to pull more archers. I don't need mages. I need archers because there's a lot of mountains. We're going to be fighting up. Okay, great. Then we fight. His 100 people fight on this map. And that map keeps flipping back and forth. The problem is he can't go to reinforce Broken Delta. He's only on this map. And then this whole map becomes a series of, it becomes a game with rules. Once you hold the point, once you hold the frontier point, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 20 minutes, whatever the magic number is, that's it. The map is, you have attained total victory. Your part of the fight is over. You can spectate any of these other zones, can't reinforce them because your part of the game is over. So then what you can do, this is talking about content density, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 regions. You could put 2 frontiers in each region. In order to lock the map, you have to hold both frontiers, let's say for 20 minutes. Might be a little long, but let's start with 20. Okay? Both these are locked. The map is closed. You get 1 out of 6 points. You take 4 of 6. You're now the king of that map. Your guild is now the ruling guild of that map. Go on with it. We don't need to have 1,000 people. We don't have to have 1,000 people at one fight. We can have 1,200 people on each side involved in a fight through better game design, content density, and expectation management. I think 1,000 versus 1,000 PvP would easiest be AR, but that would require people to touch grass and find a big enough place for 1,000 people. It's not that, and I don't have this opinion because I don't want to see video games progress. I absolutely do want to see video games progress. The problem with the progression is that it has to be meaningful progression. And as I said, certain people are blind to the value of some possibilities. There should be no instancing in games. Cool, great opinion, but why? Well, because I don't want to be locked out from combat. Oh. Yeah. Is that a shroom on a cow? Yeah. Or those are shrooms on deer. Even I have cavalry in all forms. Please meet my rabbit cavalry. They ride bears. The stupidest fucking shit. But it is what it is. It'd require actually military professionalism flares for a good 1,000 versus 1,000 battle. Yeah, it would. Do we have bird cavalry? No, we have no birds. Oh yeah, my Doc Teddy rides an animal too. But yeah, it's like people want. I was, and I have it, and I'll be playing it. There's a sales technique that I just know naturally because I was taught it. A guy goes into a perfume store because he's looking. He's looking to buy a bottle of perfume for his wife. So as he goes into the perfume store, he asks the girl behind the counter to show him the first one. So she shows him the first one, and then he's looking around and there's a lot of options. So he says, well, can I see that one? And so she says, okay. He's looking around some more and he says, no, what about that one? Well, a bad salesperson is going to pull out the next one, and now he's got 3 on the counter. A good salesperson, before they get the other one, what they're going to say to you is, so which one do you think I should put back? Why? because you don't want your customer to overwhelm themselves with choice, which leads to regret because they're worried they chose wrong. So, do you want a Coke or a Pepsi? I need something to drink. Well, do you like clear or dark? I like dark. Okay, so do you like Coke or Pepsi, or do you like colas or root beers? Colas or sarsaparilla? Sarsaparilla. Okay. Have you had mug before? Yeah, I've had mug. I don't really care for it. Well, why don't you care for it? It has no bite. Okay, I'll take mug away. Have you had IBC? I haven't. Okay. And then they're like, well, what's that silver can? Oh, that's Barks. So I have IBC and I have Barks. And then I can work with the person. I can say, okay, do you like bite or do you like sweet? I like bite. Let's put the IBC away. This is what you want. But if I let you have a Coke, a Pepsi, an IBC, a mug, what's going to happen is you're going to get overwhelmed. And you're not going to buy anything. You're going to be the individual who leaves because you say, you know what I think I need is I need a little time to think about it. You don't need fucking time to think about it. You already thought about it when you walked in. You wanted a soft drink. You wanted a Coke. It's like, for example, my wife drinks sweet tea. My wife, if we stop in Georgia, my wife cannot order a sweet tea in Georgia. It's not that she doesn't like it. It's that her diabetes says, oh, fuck no. She can, and by the way, some of the McDonald's in Georgia, southern Georgia, they don't use the standard McDonald's tea mix blend. They make their own in-house because that's how people in southern Georgia like their tea. They don't like the McDonald's standard out of the bag sweet tea, or out of the fucking the way they do it. And that's knowing your customer base. The customer is always right about what they want to buy, but you got to help get them there. It's kind of like, which I think is stupid, but it is the law. I understand that real estate agents cannot guide you away from a house. Real estate agents by law are forbidden from guiding you away from a house. If you say, I want to see this house, they are obligated to show you that house. Now, what I like to tell my real estate agents is that I will say to my real estate agent, this is my number 1, my number 2, and my number 3. For Florida, it's a 1-floor house, or all the critical things are on 1 floor. What I mean by critical is the master bedroom, the kitchen, the office, and the laundry room all have to be on the 1st floor. I'm not going to be able to do stairs much longer, so I don't even want there to be fucking stairs. Let's just not have stairs. Number 2, the kitchen, I need counter space. The last 3 houses I've had, I don't have enough counter space in my kitchen to cook. I would rather have a smaller living room because there's going to be me and the wife. I'd rather have a smaller living room and a bigger kitchen. And then 3 is a pool. I want a pool. I don't want a community pool. I don't want a homeowners association pool. I want my own pool. So when I say that to my real estate agent, I say, here's some houses that I have on my list. I understand you have to show them all to me because I put them on my list. What I'm asking you is based on information you can see in the MLS that I can't see. Are there any houses that you can tell me don't meet my 3 greens, my 1, 2, and 3. And when I bought my house in Ohio, I sent 33 houses. And she said, because I told her, I said, hey, I'm gonna have to look at a lot of houses because I'm coming in house hunting. I'm gonna be there for 3 days. I've got to find a house in those 3 days. She's like, cool. We'll bang out about 10 a day. I sent her the houses and she said, okay, I have sent you back your list of houses. She's like, I have to take you to all the houses, but this house isn't going to fit your needs. This house only has 3 finished bedrooms. They call it a 4-bedroom house on the MLS, but one of the 4 bedrooms is not finished. It's in the basement. Okay, thank you for letting me know. Strike it. And then she's like, nope, I need you to send that to me in writing. Because she needs to have it for my client file. Why did you not show that house? Because he needed 4 finished basements at the time of move-in because he had 3 daughters. Easy peasy. A good salesperson isn't there to make the sale. A good salesperson is there to remove the obstacles from me buying. You're never going to sell somebody something that they don't want. You are my facilitator. You are there to help me buy. Thank you for the resub. You are not there to try to convince me. It's like car salesmen do not fucking get this. I never had to do that when I was in house hunting. Is this something new? It's something new in real estate with all of these legal changes with the way and again, it's state by state. Each state has its own regulations, but you can't. What it's designed back in the day, what it was designed to do was to make sure you weren't favoring the listings of your brokerage house, especially when some states allow dual representation, which is a dumb fucking idea to begin with, but some states allow it. I've bought one house in dual representation. Went to look at a house that my guy said, hey, I just want to let you know, you gave me your list of things. I have to disclose, I'm the selling agent for a house that I think fits your needs. And I said, okay. He's like, the problem is I can take you to see it, but then we'll have to go back to, I can take you to see it, I can do the walkthrough, but you can't talk to me about it. You can't ask me questions about what bid you should put in. He's like, please don't do that, because we have to sign another form before we can do that. So I looked at it and I said, it's a beautiful house. That was the one that had the cracked foundation and they had the anchor bolts in it. I said, great house. It absolutely fits all of my needs, but I'm not gonna put an offer in on it. And he was like, okay, well, can I ask why? I said, because I'm not buying a house that has anchor bolts in the foundation. It is not something I will do. It is not something I will not buy a house with a compromised foundation. I will certainly fix my foundation if my foundation gets compromised. I will absolutely put anchor bolts in. I'm not buying a house with a compromised foundation, because then you've got insurance liabilities, you've got all this other shit. No, not doing it. But now, I can't say for certain there is no more dual representation, but I don't know which states still allow it. I think there is a flaw in allowing one agent to represent both the buyer and the seller. When I came here, the same brokerage house was selling this house, but my agent wasn't the selling agent. So he was like, okay. And then I made their life really easy because I absolutely wanted to be in this school district. So I saw the house and I said, we had like 6 other houses we were supposed to see that day. And I was like, put in a full market bid on this house. The funny part was I knew the guy selling the house. So he accepted my bid, and he laughed about it. He absolutely laughed. He accepted my bid on Friday at 4 o'clock because he was happy that he wasn't going to have to deal with people coming in his house. His house showed 3 times on Friday. And then he laughed about it because what he said was, he's like, I accepted your bid. We're already moving. Like, he accepts my bid. I already have the inspection scheduled. And then he didn't want to break propriety, so he sent the message through. He said, can you please tell the buyer that I'm not really going to make any repairs because I have 2 other offers, but I've already accepted his. And so they did the inspection. Always have your fucking house inspected. Never not have your house inspected. Always have your fucking house inspected. The only repairs he did was the ones he was required to by law. In Illinois, if you have a second floor heat exchanger or water heater that's gas, you have to have a air exchanger fan that runs X number of minutes out of every hour. So you can set it up however you want. It can kick on every 10 minutes for like 2 minutes, or it can run for 15 minutes once an hour. It's your choice. But you have to have it. Well, his wasn't working properly. It was about $1,000 repair. That was the only repair he did. I think banks require it now. Never heard of a bank giving a mortgage to an uninspected property. Yeah, banks normally require it. So does your, as far as I'm aware, so does the homeowner's insurance. On a new property. Now, I am aware that you can get around the home inspection if the seller is providing a full house warranty. If the seller is providing it. If you're buying it, which let me say this. You should never be buying a house and not be buying a full home warranty on it for the first year. The reason why is you never know what shit the person knows about their house, but they're not going to admit they know about your house. One of the laws here is that the structure is old in 1985 and any of the paint is chipping, you're required to chip the entire surface and then repaint using waterproof latex with a minimum of 3 coats. You guys have lead-based paint issue in and around the area you're in? Lead-based paint is such a fucking bitch. That's another one. Yeah, you've got the lead-based paint issue. That's another thing that is almost an immediate walk away for me. I don't know how much it would be now. I probably would still have lead-based paint be a walk away because I've got the flea bags. But when I had the 2 young kids, no, there's going to be no lead-based paint. If the house has lead-based paint, and if I see it on the declaration, I'm not getting involved. I would just rather say fuck it. I'd rather not be involved. That's right now in this housing market. You see a house that's been listed for 180 days or longer, but you see that it's had 2 price drops. That 180-day listing time is letting you know there's a problem. Lead-based paint and asbestos. Yep. Asbestos is everywhere. Because asbestos used to be... Asbestos is in fucking everything. Ceiling tiles, insulation. It's fucking everywhere. The flooring tiles as well, yeah. I'm from the south side of Chicago, so pretty much everybody that was trying to be not I don't mean like bougie, but like they wanted their basements to look nicer. They put those drop ceiling tiles in. Then we come to find out that those drop ceiling tiles are full of asbestos. No, you can't go see your girlfriend. I know. I know, your mom's not here. I know. You want to go see girlfriend. Yeah, asbestos is great at what it does. As long as you never have to touch it, you never have to remove it. Like, my dad was fucking emphatic about not touching the ceiling tiles. He was like, look, I put up with, I remember, I was about 7. He's like, look, I put up with a lot of your shit. And you do a lot of things I tell you not to. He's like, you don't touch the ceiling tiles. And I'm kind of looking at him and he's like, the ceiling tiles are on par with the oven and the barbecue. I was like, oh shit, they'll burn me? He's like, no, but yeah, it won't burn, but it'll sure as fuck throw asbestos dust everywhere. Yeah. But see, that's the thing. We didn't know better. Like the fucking horror stories of we didn't know better. We didn't know that children, that infants, babies could feel pain. Now, I'm not really down with insulting people, but you're trying to tell me that you believe that you believe babies don't feel pain, so you can perform surgery on them without anesthetic. Yet when you give them a shot, they scream like hell. Like, I'm not trying to insult doctors of that era, but I don't think your scientific method was very well vetted. Yeah, it's the same. Not necessarily drank mercury, although there were the ones that did it. You had the kids that would break a thermometer and put it in their hands and play with it. Part of the reason we use asbestos is because you have to get it to 3 times the burning temperature of a house in order for it to catch fire. Yeah, it's a natural fire retardant. It absolutely is. It is great for some applications, like fuel tanks and industrial work centers. But it's not really a good place that you're going to have kids. It's not really designed for, you know, having people that are going to be, you know, living with the shit 24/7. Like, come on, guys. But that's like everything else. We didn't have, yeah, shit people can't touch. Shit people can't touch, and shit people are likely not to have toddlers putting it in their mouth. A common thought is that we don't remember our childhoods due to trauma from the growing pains of how fast we go from pee to body. Yeah. At first they didn't think infants felt pain, and then they didn't think that they weighed the severity. Because remember, anesthetic, what some people don't remember, is anesthetic back in the day used to be sometimes the bigger risk in the surgery than the surgery. For a long time, we stopped doing general anesthesia, and they were doing more locals because it was more dangerous to put the person all the way under than it was to just numb the area. You know what they found out? If you only numb a person's arm while you're trying to do arm surgery, they tend to try to fucking move your arm. It doesn't work out. It doesn't work out well. Okay, shush your face. No, I'm not taking you in there yet. Yeah, just because knocking the person out is easy. Keeping them alive while they're knocked out is harder. Getting them to wake back up, well, there's where we used to run into a little bit of the rub. The last time I was put under general anesthesia, it wasn't bad at all. Yeah, just because it doesn't hurt doesn't mean there's no sensation. Right. Like, what's one of the worst parts about going to the dentist? Dentist is, I have to have Valium to have dental work done. Because I can't stand the grinding and the pressure and the sound. My doctor, my normal doctor's a dentist. My, the one that does all the well, now she does my root canals too. But he always said, he's like, you would be fine if it wasn't for all this stuff going on around you. Yeah, no shit. And that's why the anesthesia is one of the most expensive parts of the bill. Yeah. And to go down that rabbit hole for just a second, it's really starting to piss me off that hospitals don't have in-house anesthesiologists. They're all independently practicing people, right? You're like, why is the fucking anesthesiologist out of network? Like, how did that work? Why am I at your hospital getting a procedure done, but somehow the anesthesiologist that you chose isn't in my insurance? Yeah, it depends on the hospital. But how is it that the anesthesiologist that's here to do my procedure somehow ends up as an out-of-network provider? Like, look, man, I understand if I brought in Jimmy Joe Bob because he's been my anesthesiologist my whole life. But you brought the guy, not me. Oh yeah, there's a huge difference between an anesthesiologist and an anesthesiologist that specializes in pediatric patients. Absolutely. Absolutely. I know that the machines are different, not all the time, and I don't know if it's still current. But 20 years ago when I was going through training, there were different machines for the pediatric patients. The tolerances on the ones that were used on pediatric patients were tighter as well. Like if this has to be within plus or minus 1.3 for an adult, the pediatric tolerances were like 0.7. By the way, so that you know this, the the anesthetic machine that the anesthesiologist uses is often maintained by a person making about $17 an hour back in the day. ETs don't. Equipment technicians don't make a lot of money. The BMET in charge of the shop makes a lot of money. You hate how your health insurance works. I hate how health insurance works too. But I thought it was funny, the fucking kid that fell out of the, or climbed out of the Splash Mountain. It's now Tiana's, but it was Splash Mountain back in the day. He climbed out of it and then fell 50 feet through where you should be in a boat. And then his parents fucking tanked their own lawsuit by saying, oh yeah, we think he planned to get out and climb the mountain. What? You knew your kid was gonna get out of the fucking ride? Even if you did know that. Even if you did know that shit. Why the fuck would you admit that? Like, if my kid does something stupid, I didn't know shit. Like, I would rather get told by the judge, you should have known what your kid was doing. You're right, I should have. But to be like, oh yeah, our kid joked about maybe getting out of the ride and trying to climb the mountain. Oh. It's like the people at fucking Disney that let their kids climb up the pyramid, even though the pyramid specifically says no climbing. Yeah, if you knew he was gonna do that, that's borderline negligent behavior. You might catch a case. Because if my kid said they were getting out of that ride, guess who wouldn't be going on that ride? Damn right. Dad, I'm thinking about doing something stupid. Is it gonna cost me any money? Oh, it is? The answer is no. The answer is no, you are not. I'll give you 2 seconds to think again. It's like, you know, I hate mixing business with family. I hate doing it because business with family means that they think family becomes the business, and I'm sorry, but I trust in God. Everyone else pays cash. My daughter's boyfriend hasn't paid me rent since April. Now, I don't really feel like having a fight with my daughter about it, but I kind of need the fucking money, right? Come to find out, the reason why this asshole never has my rent money, he's a 23-year-old driving a 2024 car. If your paycheck is taking up, if your car payment is taking up half of your fucking paycheck, somebody failed you in life. Because your car shouldn't be taking up half your car payment shouldn't be taking up half of your take-home pay. When do we go from it being biological and psychological imperative for us to protect and teach our young, for us to do stupid to figure out something is really a bad fucking idea? I think that answer is summed up with Generation X. I think because Generation X was so poorly raised, like we were the feral, unattended to children. I think Generation X is to blame for a lot of the savage feral children. And that's just because Generation X didn't fucking know any better. Your sister just bought a new car, and I bought her old one for $5,000 since it's a slight upgrade, and selling my old one should be a net even. There you go. There the fuck you go. Yeah, your mortgage doesn't even take up half your paycheck. My housing, and I will be the first to admit, my housing, I come from an era where we could live on less. So we had more money to enjoy. We had more money to do the things that we enjoyed because we could get an apartment with utilities for much less. Like the apartment that I had at 16 is nicer than the apartment my daughter has now. My daughter's is a 3-bedroom. Mine was a 2-bedroom because I had a bedroom and a second bedroom. And I think in the late 90s, I was spending about $400 a month for my apartment and all my utilities. You can't even get something close to that now. Cheap bills equals the good life. Yeah, but remember, gas was about $1.39 a gallon. Food was cheap, but TVs were expensive. Like, all joking aside, my PlayStation, when I got my PlayStation, that took up about half a month's pay. I mean, to put it in relative terms, the month I got my PlayStation, nothing else really got bought. Nothing else really got done. But now, what did I just see? Somebody talked about like a new video game system is going to be $1,000. I saw okay. Somebody please tell me I was wrong when I saw this. Is the Valve Steambox well over $1,000? Because that's fucking absurd. They didn't want to sell at a loss like other consoles. Okay, so somebody help me out here, because this is one of those occasions where I know I'm neurodivergent, so I don't get it. I don't. Why would you just not, at $1,000, why would you just not buy a fucking PC? Well, that also made Xbox and PlayStation raise their prices as well, but that's also because what's going on with, aren't we still in like a fucking dystopian hell of chip shortages? Isn't that part of our problem? They're playing the chip shortage narrative hard in the stock market. Well, part of that problem is because I know there's something going on with the chip supply. We can't get chips. The cracks are starting to show. Well, I think part of the problem we have is, like most other things, this isn't going to get done. Only 2 minutes and we got 2.5 bars. Like most other things, I watched people buy hardware they don't need. Like when I bought my 3090, I specifically told people The reason I'm buying a 3090 is because I'm a streamer, and for the time being, I'm gonna be on a single box setup. And then when Ashes of Creation comes out, I'll move to a 2 PC setup. I had people are like, yeah, I just bought a 3090. I was like, oh, I didn't know you stream. And they're like, I don't. Then why the fuck did you buy a 3090? Like, there were so many people who were saying they bought 3090s for the performance. I'm like, so you paid $600 more for the half of the chip that you're never gonna use? Like, because that's a dedicated encoder chip. That dedicated encoder chip does not do anything unless you're encoding. You literally can open your task manager, your system monitor, and look at it, and it literally is the encoder side of your computer will be at like 0.2%. It would be cool, right, if they had designed the high-end NVIDIA chips that if you're not in, this chip is dedicated to the encoding, this chip is dedicated to the decoding, and if you're not streaming, then the chip grabs the it utilizes the whole thing, but that's not what it is. I will be right back. Like most hardware accelerators, yeah. It's like people that bought a 3070 or a 3080, and then 2 years later the 40 series comes out and they upgraded. I'm like, what the fuck are you upgrading for? And they're like, oh, I want the better performance. But then you find out that they're playing on like 120 hertz monitor. Hold on. You bought a fucking graphics card that can have 2K resolution. I know we're up to 4, I know we're up to 8, but yeah, or they're playing League, or they're playing fucking Minecraft. Like, my wife, back when we were first started gaming, you were upgrading your hardware. You were upgrading your hardware often because there were noticeable demonstrative leaps in the quality. I think anybody that had a 660 remembers when you went from a 660 to a 770. That was a huge performance jump. I have a 3090 in the streaming machine. I have a 4080 in the gaming machine. And I'm not buying a 50 series unless the 3090 machine dies. And then what I will probably do is pull the capture card out of the 3090 machine, put it in the 4080 machine, set the 4080 machine up to be the streamer box, and then I'll buy whatever the best is. My wife saw me get 2 new computers. She said to me once, she's like, "You've gotten 2 computers." I said, "Yeah, because I stream, and streaming tears the shit out of a computer." She's like, "When are you gonna upgrade mine?" "When it needs it." It's like, "What do you mean?" I said, "Where's the performance issue?" She's like, "Well, I don't have one." "Great, then why am I gonna upgrade your computer?" Then my wife got into cricketing. My wife makes amazing t-shirts. She makes mugs. She can make pretty much anything. Came to me and she said, "Okay, now I need an upgrade." I said, "Why do you need an upgrade?" Said, "Because my Cricut design space lags. I can't really do the things I want. I can't use the machine at all while it's talking to the Cricut." She's like, I need 3 different printers set up to it, and it's having all sorts of conniption fits with one of the printers. And I said, "Oh, okay." So I said, "Give me a list of your printers, your Cricut, your design space, all your Cricut shit." Cricketing is the name of the company is Cricut. It's the thing that makes your vinyl, your the vinyl designs. It's basically the she can make greeting cards. It's the machine that has the blades in it, or the vinyl pens, the cutting pens, and it cuts the designs. She does sublimation on t-shirts now, and notebooks, and tumblers. But so when she gave me the list of what she wanted, I said, "Okay, you're in like a weird spot now." I said, "How much Cricut do you want? How much gaming do you want? Or do you want your machine to be like right in the middle?" And she was like, "Well, let's aim it towards 60% cricketing, 40% gaming." She doesn't even play an MMO now. She plays Disney Dreamlight Valley. You don't need a fucking $4,000 machine to play Disney Dreamlight Valley. I might upgrade from my 5060 if there's a game out that I want to maximize the image quality. However, I don't think anything will make me want to do that as long as I still have this 1080p monitor. Well, if you have a 1080p monitor, you already have too much graphics card for the monitor you have. And that's just real talk. The next thing you need to get then is a monitor. Monitor is the next thing. Some parts of this game look like you're playing Fortnite. Yeah, I don't really like the fact that when I started playing this game, it was a post-apocalyptic, Lovecraftian eldritch horror sort of game, and now it has become whatever the fuck barbecue chicken this shit is, which I don't like. Gotta swap to Palworld 1.0. We actually have the Palworld deviation things in this game because they did a crossover event. You have a backlog from the PlayStation 2 era. You know, I have a backlog of games, but the unfortunate thing is, like I said, in the last 3 or 4 months, I've written a Belgariad style, Brandon Sanderson style novel. I finished it 2 nights ago, and now I finished all the framework 2 nights ago, and now I'm very much in the second pass polishing, not like the final grammar checking, but like, okay, this scene free Jalan, this scene is light, this scene doesn't really get this point across. So that's what I started 2 nights ago. I don't like, for a long time streaming was like an important part of my life. It gave me a social outlet. It gave me something to do. As you notice, I don't make very many YouTube videos anymore. There's a couple of videos I want to make about this game, but I'm actually having fun playing. I used to make videos because I wasn't having fun playing games. I just wasn't enjoying being a player. Now I'm actually enjoying being a player, and I think I fall into that category of content creators. I kind of only like to make content about games I'm not enjoying, or about games that I can just talk about the theory. But once I can play the game, I'd rather just play the game. So I am looking forward to September 30th. That is a major Crusader Kings 3 DLC. So I'm really, really, really excited about that. Guild Wars 3 next year. Soulframe. I did like Soulframe. I thought Soulframe has very good bones. I bought Path of Exile 2. I was not impressed by Path of Exile 2. The new weapon. Path of Exile 2. If you're a Path of Exile 2 fan, I'm not trying to shit on Grinding Gears games, but I'm gonna shit on them. Complicated doesn't mean good. Complicated doesn't... Making this massive node chart is good for people with like a 4th grade reading level. Who you show them something shiny and they're ready to give you money. I think large module character builders are great if, yeah, they push the whole setup and combo thing too much. Right. Like, for example, I storytell Rifts. Rifts is an interesting, it's a very, very interesting tabletop game because it sets restrictions on what some people can learn. Yeah, what am I doing sitting there on my P90? That's right. But I don't know what you're talking about, man. You're doing more damage than me with that damn bow. But what's weird to me is in a tabletop game where it'll say you're a scientist, but you can't take this skill. Why? It's a science skill, or it's a science adjacent skill. You're a scientist and you can take science and medical unrestricted, but you can only take computer operations. You can't take computer hacking. Why? Like, I could get it if you said you're a scientist and because you have reading, writing, literacy, math, science, all these things, it doesn't make a lot of sense that you have advanced hand-to-hand combat. And then the justification is, well, you weren't spending all your time in the gym if you have all these skills. I get that. But then years into the game, they started releasing classes that were basically like, you can take any skill from any category. Well, then you made a really complicated system for no fucking reason. Complicated does not mean good. Complicated doesn't mean good. Complicated can mean good. Complicated can also mean dog shit. And I think where we're lost a little bit is that, like Ashes of Creation, if Robert Dawson were to go through all the content creators and say, I need a guy to break down Ashes of Creation and tell me what design changes need to happen for this game to be successful. No offense to my peers, but I think I am that guy. Because I understand that complicated doesn't mean good. I think the node system that they designed is a very, very good system if your player base is under the direction of a server GM. Like, if Ashes of Creation was built to be a private server game, then I think the node system is amazing. But where Ashes of Creation was really fucking stupid was pre-assigned node types. One of your core design pillars is player agency, and yet in what could conceivably be the most important player agency decision, you literally make that decision for them. Well, that's fucking dumb, and I'm sorry. I no longer give a shit about hurting Steven's feelings because of all the shit we found out about him. Dude, you didn't listen when people tried to tell you. When people tried to tell you that the things you were doing were ill-advised. Notice I'm not going to say dumb. I'm going to say ill-advised. Guy, what you're trying to do is ill-advised. You need to understand that people are not going to want to be told that the node they're living in doesn't do what they need it to do, and there's no room for them to move into the node because there's no citizenship space. Ashes of Creation could have been a great game, but it was being run by a guy who was more interested in how much money he could put in his pocket than how much money and effort and energy and resources he was putting into the game itself. Like, it's a fucking shame. I feel bad for Rob Dawson and Jason Karamanis. They're probably never ever going to get their money back out of the project. They might get some money out. They might get some monies, but they won't come out ahead. Is the jump from 1080 to 4K similar? Yes, the jump to 4K is massive. 4K is massive. I like 1440 in conjunction with widescreen. The ultra wide screen at 1440. Now, obviously, I would like an ultra wide screen at 4K, but part of the problem with that is, until I decide I'm 100% done with streaming, I don't want to go to a larger quality, because then it's going to cause even more problems with the streaming. Because until we get, I think on YouTube you can stream out at 1440 now. On Twitch, if you stream out at 1440, unless something has happened in recent years, if you stream out at 1440, then your show doesn't have a you don't have a 1080p option anymore. You go 1440 and then 720. Which I would rather do 1080 and everybody be happy. You think Steven started out to make a great game? He just lacked the insight into himself, and his ego and greed wasn't going to take the driver's seat. Yeah. And then the thing that I think is most ridiculous about this Ashes of Creation and the endgame fiasco is your two employees stole the servers, and one of your employees attempted to extort the new owner. Like, holy fuck. Like, holy fuck. You know that you're not a customer-facing person. I would never put you in charge of client relations. I know your limits, and I don't pretend I can do it all. Right, I would never put... If I hired you, I would never put you in a position where you ever had to talk to a customer. However, I would absolutely put you in the position to go shut the customer up that's busy yelling at Susie, who's the 17-year-old girl, and this fucking Karen Zilla is busy yelling at our stock girl. I'd be like, hey... there's a Karen yelling at Susie. Can you go take care of that? Karthus is like, I'm already there, bitch. I'm already up out of my chair. I'm already up out of my chair because I'm going to eviscerate this person. I'm going to do so much psychological damage to this person that their kids are going to cease to exist. No, Faye, you would be in the category of the fucking ninjas. The ninjas are the people who... I don't know how this shit works. I don't know how this works. Make this shit work. Are you doing the vision event? Which vision event? Hi. Okay. Hi. I will show you to the people, because then maybe that will get you to fuck off. This is Mischief. Hi. This is the brother of that little gray kitten that I had that died. Am I doing the gravity event? Yeah, I do the gravity event. I'm actually pretty far ahead on the gravity. Oh, the storing screen. I'm actually pretty far ahead on the gravity event. I do the gravity event every week. The nice part is I am making progress on my shinies. So I have the 2 gravity event boxes and the 2 boxes for this month. I got the 2 boxes last month and I'm already at 5 essence. I need about 120 more essence to buy everything I want. But now I'm not worried about min-maxing it every single day. I'm also not... I was buying gravity crystals at first. Excuse me. I stopped buying gravity crystals because I'm not that worried about it. What I don't like... So, the first and foremost, Starry Studios. Yeah, you can buy them. F3... Online trading... Right there. 950L a piece. There's about 11,000 on sale. Big thing for me with Starry Studios and NetEase. NetEase has got to pull their head out of their ass with their with whatever the fuck they've got going on with their content creator programs. Video game companies have got to figure out that content creator programs get them more return on investment than advertising dollars do. I don't know what the fuck Starry Studio was thinking. First of all, I used to be paid to play this game, and then they didn't like the results they were getting, so they dropped me out of the paid program, and then they give me free shit. And I'm cool. If I like the game, you don't need to pay me to stream it. Paying me to stream it is nice, because then I make music, I make donations to the Brady's Children's, but at the end of the day, I don't need to be paid to do this. This doesn't... My opinions don't change because I need to pay my rent this month. But what really fucking pissed me off was going into the 2-year anniversary, they decided to create their own website for tracking their content creator rewards. But it doesn't fucking work. You can't link your YouTube to it. I don't think I'll ever be able to link my YouTube to it because my YouTube account is not managed by a Gmail account. My YouTube account is managed by a Google Workspace account. And then what showed me this company they're not. I have said since I became a content creator, the flaw because remember my background, my very first career was marketing. Where I see a disconnect is that a content creator program needs to be a symbiotic relationship between the company and the content creator. Needs to be a symbiotic relationship, not a parasitic infection, not a slavery system. Needs to be a symbiotic relationship. They actually put out a tasker where they wanted the Once Human creators to tell their audiences to go watch another streamer as he was streaming the $50,000 prize pool raid zone event. What the fuck? Who woke up and drank a big pot of stupid? You want all of your content creators to literally say, don't watch me, go watch him. Where's my $20,000 check? You want me to do that? Go fuck yourself. Let's not mix any words here. You want my content to be me telling my viewers to go watch somebody other than me. That ain't ever gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. Fucking never. That's not even gonna happen if you bring me a check for $1 million with a big titty naked goth girl on the back of an alpaca. Okay, that's never I am never going to say my call to action in my stream is going to be, hey guys, yeah, and if you're interested in watching the raid zone tournament, go watch this streamer. Yeah, it should be stream the event, not go watch this person. What was even fucking worse, the person that they put all their eggs behind, literally in the middle of the tournament, was showing 8 minutes of ads every hour and wasn't pausing the playback of the tournament. So you literally sent a tasker out for all of your creators to send their audiences to one creator. You know what the fuck that should have been? That should have been Starry Studios streaming the tournament and then encouraging everybody to watch the tournament and do commentary on it. There are just some companies that, like, are you a big fucking box of stupid? Yeah, they should have streamed it themselves. But it's like, you're a big box of fucking stupid. The problem is, a lot of creators, they can't afford to say that because there's a lot of creators who rely on their content creation money to either live or supplement their income. That's why I love being me. I don't give a fuck. Like, I don't give a fuck. But what would hurt me is not being able to make the donation to Rady's Children's Hospital. Sounds like someone's nephew was a streamer. Yeah, that's exactly how I felt it sounded like. Like, do you owe this guy money? Like, why are you trying to get everybody to go watch this guy? I'm just like, this is what's wrong with these companies. They want to use content creators because they see it as, it's his bookie son, there you go. They see content creators as a cheap, easy way to get advertising. And the problem isn't it's not advertising. It's marketing. It's a cheap, easy way to get marketing. But it, like, yeah, it sounds like a page out of Intrepid's old playbook. I honestly don't believe Rob Dawson and Jason Karamanis. I've told Jason now I don't think that they were aware of the referral program. The problem, like, I'm going to do the hypothetical because I don't mind doing the hypothetical for free. You want to try, let's say perfect case scenario. Steven abandons his lawsuit in the next 2 months because he runs out of money and can't pay his lawyers anymore because he just switched lawyers again. Let's say the judge says, you know what? This is all bullshit. We're not doing this. I'm dismissing the case. I'm telling you right now, Robert Dawson owns the IP. If you don't turn everything over to him within 24 hours, you're going to fucking jail. You can file whatever appeals you want, but that's not going to override my court order that says you will turn everything over in 24 hours or you will go to jail for contempt. I don't give a shit what you file. You will put everything in the hands of the lawful owner. Period. Dot. The judge can do that. That's within the judge's purview to do. Let's say Rob Dawson, let's say by August 1st, he had the IP back. He has no chance of ever getting the game mainstream again, because why would the Lazy Peon want to cover Ashes if he was told you're never getting your referral money? Now, the Lazy Peon's audience is big enough. He might decide, I'll still cover Ashes because I'll get 2 million, 3 million, 4 million views on the video, so I still make my money that way. But what about all the little guys that have to, you know, do the heavy lifting and the dirty, nasty, shitty work, right? I can tell you right now, if I had sons, I know where they would be right now. They would be out pulling all them damn weeds. I pulled weeds for about an hour, and I've got a couple more hours to do. That's the dirty, nasty fucking work I'm talking about. As a content creator, you're either a huge name like Asmongold, Lazy Peon in the MMO scene, Summit Shroud, Tim the Tap Man, the Burnt Peanut. Like, you either have a huge, massive audience, or you're hustling for every viewer, every sub, every follow. The people that have already hustled, they're not going to come back and cover your game. In fact, some of the people that you fucked over are going to be more interested in sticking it to you than they are. They'll get their money by having negative shit to say about you. So how are you ever going to build a functional content creator promotion marketing team of people if you've already alienated the lion's share of the established streamers? And I don't think that what I don't grasp is, how does Steven in his delusional world believe even if he gets control of Ashes of Creation back? How does he believe? Right? How does he believe he'll be able to marshal the product to a launch? Even if Steven won the $1 billion Powerball and had $300 million to make Ashes, who would want to go work for it? Like, you're not going to be able to get, you like, were late on payroll. Like that, the fact that I heard how many times they were late on payroll, that offends me on a multitude of levels. Payroll should never, ever, ever, ever be late. Because you shouldn't have people working today if you don't already have the money to pay them for next week. You shouldn't be sweating this week's payroll. You should be sweating next week's payroll. And yeah, I've had to do CPI work at friends' companies, businesses my friends have owned, where I've had to say to them, hey man, I got bad news for you. You need to pull the plug. You just need to pull the plug on the game. Or I'm sorry, you need to pull the plug on the business. The business is over. Like, you're not able to make payroll. You have no more credit available. You can't leverage anything else. It's time to pull the plug. And almost every time you hear these people say, no, I think if we just I think if we just put a little bit more money, dude, you're 90,000 in debt in your first year. It is time to pull the plug. It is time to realize you are in debt. And as you hear people say all this bullshit, they're like, well, if you started your business properly, even if you went into debt, it wouldn't be your debt, it'd be the company's debt. No, dumbass. A brand new company doesn't get loans. You back the loan. You as a person have to take liability for the loan. I tried explaining it to some Kool-Aid drinking Steveite. The company under Steven was hemorrhaging money. They would have folded in 2023 had it not been for Dawson, and now all of that is out in the open. Steven has zero hope of getting financing without selling organs or something. Steven even acknowledges that the company couldn't have survived without Dawson's money. That when Dawson cut off the piggy bank, Steven bitched he was killing the company. Right. Like, this is where Steven is just a fucking terrible leader. Like, absolutely fucking dog shit leader. How much money do I need to get from here to launch? Okay. Then every decision I make has to be based around getting to launch with 10% to spare. Because you always have shit that happens. Like, I do not understand. And plus the fact, Steven will never, ever get a Chinese player base that stays. Steven will never be able to get a Chinese player base because every time, if let's say the month full of miracles happens and he gets the game back, somehow gets $500 million in financing, gets Dawson and Karamanis paid off out of his sphere of ownership. You're never going to launch in China because you called their people dog shit and you called their culture dog shit. And most Chinese people I've met would be more offended over the fact you called their culture dog shit than them. They're defensive about their culture, as they should be. Steven basically, like, he still has people that believe Ashes of Creation is going to launch. That fucking game ain't never launching with Steven involved in it. It has almost no chance of launching if Dawson and Karamanis get the IP free and clear, get the code. I don't see how they're going to be able to bring on top K people without those people working on a retainer as independent contractors. Like, I could see some of their top senior people coming in and being like, yeah, I will return, but you will pay me because you fucked with my benefits, you fucked with my PTO, you fucked with my 401k. I'll come back because they can't find another job in the industry right now because the fucking industry sucks. I'll come back, but it's going to cost you $275,000 a year for me to come back, and I'll be an independent contractor, and I'll work on retainer, and when the retainer gets to within 50,000, you have to fill that retainer back up. We can hold it in escrow, but I need to know you have my payroll. I need to know you have my money already dedicated to this project. I could see that maybe with the top 10 people, but it would take the top 10 people a year to just basically waterfall. How are we going to do this? What direction are we going to go? How is this going to flow? If by some miracle Steven got the IP back and the company back, what happens to all the debt? Wouldn't the company still be almost 200? It'd be about $130 million in debt. That's the piece I don't think Steven understands. What Robert Dawson did, what Jason Karamanis did, was immoral, but not illegal. Me giving you a 30% interest rate is immoral as fuck, but it's not illegal. It's only predatory interest rates when federally backed financial institutions do it. If it's a private loan, then you're stupid. But looking at all the documents, yeah, if it were illegal, every car dealership next to a military base would be shut down. Right. Now, it technically is illegal to give service members a predatory interest rate, which is why a lot of times those car dealerships just outside the base, they, instead of becoming predatory, they become lemon lots, where they're just selling they don't give a shit. They're just selling the cars of the people that are leaving to the people that are coming and making a bit of a markup. They get their money by being buy here, pay here. 30% isn't even bad considering your payday loan places at 50 to 800%. Well, let's be honest. 30% interest is fucking terrible. 30% interest is fucking terrible because you're basically never getting out from under that. Yeah, 500 to 800. Yeah. It's like I had a friend who constantly needed money. And then the problem was I would loan them money and then I'd have to go and find them on fucking payday in order to get paid. And I had to say to him, like, hey, fuckhead, that you already spent that money. Like, I had a buddy got really pissed at me. Friday came along, he got paid. He dodged me. He got off about 30 minutes before I did. I told him that he needed to wait so I could get paid. He left. He went to the bar. I went to the bar. And I walked up to him and I was like, money, now. He's like, I'll get you. You will get me right fucking now. And so he pulls out, basically had cashed his check. He had it all in cash in his pocket. And he's like, what do I owe you again? I'm like, $575. He's counting it out. He pays me, yeah, will you stop drinking my money? He counts out 600, hands it to me. I hand him back 25 bucks. And he looks at the about 125 he has in his pocket. He's like, well, man, how am I going to survive this week? You know what? I don't fucking care. He's like, can you give me $250 back and I'll get you? Nope, I have my money in my pocket now and you are now on the list of people that I do not ever lend money to. Like, sorry. Fucking, people just don't get it. Steven didn't get it. Like, Steven's mentality is very similar to the US government's mentality. Oh, we can afford to take all this money in debt. Yeah, but now 20 cents out of every dollar is going to the debt. I talked to a guy who had a 2025 Camaro at 25% interest. He was 26, he had already declared bankruptcy, and I was shocked they even allowed that. Yeah, but I didn't follow all of the lending law changes to impoverished people, mainly because I'll never be impoverished. But I saw something that financiers cannot refuse to finance you based on a bankruptcy. The only thing they can do is finance you at ridiculously high rates, unattractive rates. That's fucking bullshit. It's like people that have declared bankruptcy wonder why landlords don't want to rent to them. You're discriminating against me. No, you're discriminating against yourself. Yeah, I'd rather just not lend to someone. Exactly. Like, hey, I was wondering if you would, like my friend who's got a world of fucking problems. And I'd offered her, several months ago, I offered to buy her a trailer. There was a trailer for sale for about $54,000. It was a 3-bedroom trailer. Not exactly the best solution. She's got 4 kids, 3-bedroom trailer. Not a lot of room. But it's safe and you don't have a husband who's abusing you every day. She said, I'm not living in a trailer. Okay, no problem. But here's the downside of that problem. 4 months later, when you came back around and you wanted to take the deal, the trailer was no longer for sale. I can't find another place for $54,000 to put you, and because you thought living in a trailer wasn't up to your standard. Your standard is you're fucking homeless. Your standard is you live with a husband who's abusing you. That's your standard. We're gonna up your standard by putting you in a trailer. And then after you're in the trailer, and you know, little fucking crazy thing, you go 4 fucking years without being evicted. You might be in a better position to then sell the trailer when, you know, the 2 older kids are gone, or even when the oldest kid is gone. Maybe a 3-bedroom trailer is not completely intolerable, and then you have money to give your kids a decent life. When you understand that debt and loans is all about risk, it really clicks. It's why I doubted Steven could pull off a good risk versus reward system, because he seemed to be under the impression that risks don't apply to him. Yeah, that was, you know, that became abundantly clear about Steven Sharif when he was designing the games. Steven has always been a spoiled rich dude, and now we have Tim, his brother, say that his relationship with Steven, Steven always was borrowing money from him. The problem with a man who's never worked at the bottom is you don't understand you don't understand the ethos. Like, for example, I think I've told this story, but I'll tell it again. A person got a job at Disney, down at Disney World, and they went for their orientation. And they were all at these like circular tables for the beginning of their orientation. And the first presenter comes in and says, "Hi, I'm whoever. By the way, can everybody that's in janitorial stand up?" And, you know, a couple of people stood up. Then the presenter said, "No, I'm sorry, maybe you guys didn't hear me. Can everybody in janitorial please stand up?" And everybody's looking around, and the speaker said, "You're all in janitorial." Because everybody is responsible for the cleanliness of the facilities. It doesn't matter what other job you do. It is a terminatable offense, other than the characters who are dressed as characters. If you deliberately walk past trash, right, and you don't pick it up, you can be terminated because you failed to do the core responsibility of your job. I've seen corporate executives with their Disney tags on in a blazer do the kneel and scoop and pick up like a popcorn bucket. Now, that doesn't mean that they have to sit there and pick up every piece of popcorn off the ground. The bucket spills. Some people at Disney are so low class, they'll drop a box of popcorn, and then they'll just leave it on the ground. Stay classy, people. Stay classy. Right. Have 30 people walk in. See who does the job. That's the problem with Steven. Steven made himself a CEO by buying himself a game company. You're not a creative director with 10 years of experience. You're a creative director who overran a project by $100 million, overran your deadline by 6 years, and by the way, your other product was a complete and fucking ball of filth. Your APOC, oh yeah, if you sold it, if you put it on Steam and you monetized it, then you sold it, and that was dog shit. So, like, I can only imagine that Steven's gonna have to testify at his trial, and Steven's gonna try to be like, claim some sort of subject matter expert status as being a creative director, and Dawson's lawyer is gonna be like, no, we reject the fucking even premise that you were competent, let alone an expert. But life would be simple if companies would just realize, wait, you thought he was winning his suit? All I hear is no, Steven's getting his fucking teeth kicked in. Steven, I have some videos on my YouTube where I've gone over all of the evidence. They can literally prove, they can't prove where the money went, but they can literally prove somewhere between 12 and 32 million dollars of company money was misappropriated. Now, some of it they can tie directly to removals from the company. Yeah, he's getting pounded. If Steven was a pig, he'd be squealing from the feeling. Yeah, that's what Steven's like fanboys need to realize. Steven isn't even in the right stadium to even win. Steven is looking at multiple state and federal criminal indictments. Like there are multiple three-letter agencies that can bring criminal charges. The FTC, the IRS, the FBI, right? There's 3 different organizations that can bring criminal charges against Steven. Now, I'm not saying Steven's a criminal. What I am saying is that the acts that Steven and his cronies performed need to be brought in front of a jury of their peers to be decided if a crime has been committed. But there is definitely enough to indict. When Jalan vid, I've already done numerous videos on my YouTube. When Jalan's video game, I would love to be the creative director on a video game. I wouldn't even want to be involved in the how. I just want to be involved in the what and the why. Just the what and the why. Because we've got people that don't get it. Like there are literally Steven Copium fanboys who are like, Steven's gonna get the game back. Even if he does get the lore back, even if he does get the game back. I saw Talent's name. Parthos and I have talked about this ad nauseum. We don't understand what Steven's thought process is, because he has got to understand that even if he gets the company back, the judge can't discharge the debt. So, what I imagine, I don't even see a situation where the judge rules in Steven's favor. But even if the judge ruled in a way that would be kind of in Steven's favor, and the judge said, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give Mr. Sharif back 100% of his company. And then I am going to execute each loan debt to equity conversion, and because the total of that exceeds 100%, what I will do is I will do it equitably, not equally, equitably, which means Steven would own 0 because he sold off more. Yeah, Steven sold off more than 100% of his company. And he sold shares of stock that his company wasn't authorized to sell. So that's the SEC. That's the SEC just waiting. Like, the SEC is aware of what he did. That's securities fraud. You sold more than 100% of your company, and you sold shares of stock that you weren't authorized to sell. And then you see it in the text messages where they're like, we need to get this resolved. No, motherfuckers. What you don't understand is you can't get that resolved. You need to unwind the transaction, get the ability to issue a second class of stock, and then redo the transaction. You can't start being like, oh yeah, I've already sold 30% of the common shares of stock to this guy when they were the only shares of stock. So now I've sold the company, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to trade another share of stock. No, because then you have to give Jason Karamanis, who was the first major investor, he has to receive non-dilutable share. So you sold common shares of stock. And then you decided we were going to issue B class with different voting rights. You can do that. But what you can't do is do that and then not go back to your first investor and say, by the way, what we've done is this. Here's your here is your cut of ownership in the new shares. I just don't see a reality. I don't see a reality where Steven gets the company back and isn't immediately terminated by the new owners. Yeah, I never took a paycheck, yet I took paychecks, and I pay. Yeah, he was paying himself like $50K a month. And then I paid myself as an independent contractor. Look, there are a lot of things that the managers at a company can do that gets them paid as an independent contractor. For example, if I was a manager, if I was your logistics manager and you wanted me to run a single one-off CPI event, then I would run that one-off CPI event under PGN, and then I would bill you. I would say, I'm running this, so I'm taking leave. I'm taking my PTO for 21 days so that I'm not double dipping. I'll be on PTO for the next 3 weeks. And then for the next 3 weeks, I'll be coming in as an independent contractor. And I can do that. I cannot do that at PGN. I cannot be the CEO of my company and then try to pay myself as an independent contractor. Because how the fuck am I independent? If I am the guy that signs the checks, my labor is not independent of the company. My labor is, as the CEO, is there. As the CEO, my labor in the company, they don't have a definitive boundary in the form of independence for labor. They do for whose money is whose. And the reason why they do for whose money is whose is because, is that your money or my money? Is it my money? Okay. Well then, if I take it out of the company, it's income and I have to pay tax on it. There's no such thing as a shareholder distribution in a C corporation. There's a dividend. The dividends are capped at 15% of the income of the company, the profits of a company, not the income, the profits of a company, and they have to be done equitably and equally. Meaning if you decide you made $100 million this year, you can only pay out up to $15 million in dividends. But if you pay out $15 million in dividends, every share of stock must get the equal amount of dividend, and every person who has stock must get a dividend. So you can't be like, oh, I'm paying a dividend out to Karthos and Phelan, but I'm not paying it out to Bob. Now you can do that with a shareholder distribution and an S corp because of how S corps are structured. I will be right back. I need to check on my daughter. Oh. Yeah, John was apparently the company president at 1.2, according to Steven. Although, president isn't the C-suite. President isn't in the C-suite. President of the board. Okay. So, the term president in a company has specific connotation. Like, a lot of times people like to play with terms. For example, the CEO title is interchangeable with the top level director. I don't use CEO for Paradox because the company is so small. I think it's pretentious to say, oh, I'm the CEO of my one person company that has never done more than $20,000 in sales in a year. You know, kind of a little pretentious. But the president is the president of the board of directors. Just like the title chief operations officer. You can create as many chief level positions as you want. You can put them in the C-suite. But the chief operations officer cannot be liable for the company's executive functions and be used as a way to make the CEO not be liable. What that is that's the CEO delegating authority, but the CEO can never delegate responsibility. And sometimes people mix and match and interchange the words, and you shouldn't. Your liability, your responsibility, your fiduciary duties are yours and yours alone. You can turn it into a situation where you say, all right, look, what are we doing? What are we doing in this situation? Well, I tasked that out to Karthos to handle. Well, he didn't handle it very well. Well, shit, okay. But I can't be like, oh, I tasked that out for Karthos to handle. Well, aren't you the CEO? Yes. Well, then the liability, the financial liability is yours. It belongs to you. Like, you can't suddenly double it and pass it forward. You can't double it and pass it down to your COO, your Chief Operations Officer. Just like you can have the position in a company called the CFO, the Chief Financial Officer, but then that position takes the place of the treasurer. You don't have a treasurer and a CFO, because then they're competing obligations to the same responsibility. Yeah, the responsibility is to the ultimate authority. Right, exactly. And that's what I think Steven, I can only guess, but I think his problem was because his brother was successful and his mom was successful, he thought he would be successful, and he didn't realize, like, as I've said, 20% of businesses fail in the first year. Intrepid Studios should have failed inside that first year. And he just kept it. Ultimately, Ashes of Creation was a Ponzi scheme. Not through the referral program, but through, I got this guy, he gave me a bunch of money, I can't get any more out of him, but he has a guy. He introduces me to the guy. I can get money out of the new guy. Well, yeah, you can. It's fucking bullshit, but you can. And that's, I just think it's absolutely terrible because of the impact Steven's irresponsibility is inevitably going to have on gaming industry. He fucked a lot of companies' ability to get money. These companies are gonna be like, hey, after the whole Ashes thing, we were gonna invest in you, but after the Ashes thing, I think we're gonna take a pass. We're gonna take a pass until you're a little bit further in your development. We're gonna take a pass until we're a little more assured that you're actually going to be able to deliver. I'm 6 years in just learning about this whole RFP world. Hired someone specially for this task. My greatest strength as a business owner, I think, was not pretending to be the smartest person in the room. A good leader does not try to be the smartest person in the room. A good leader recognizes that they're not the smartest person in the room and that their skill set exists in leveraging the smartest people in the room. When they brought me in to deal with a piece of software that was being developed, I said, I don't know why you're trying to bring me into this. I am not a programmer. I am not a coder. I don't know shit. And they said, that's exactly why we want you to do it. And I was like, because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. And they said, because you are really, really adept at knowing you're not the smartest person in the room. So you make everybody explain it to you like they're 5. Because if they can't explain it simply, then they don't understand it thoroughly. And I'm like, yep, that sounds like me, all right. It's like I told you. When I first got the job, supervising a piece of software that was being developed, I told the people, I was like, look, I know this is going to be embarrassing and frustrating for a lot of you. I am not a coder. I am not a programmer. I cannot sit down at your terminal and help you fix shit, figure out shit. None of that. That is not what I can do. I said, but what I can do is learn, and we can do things a certain way to make sure that we're setting ourselves up for success. Well, I'm there, and on like my first meeting with these guys, I asked some questions, and they said, we never, ever, 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 ever do this. We never, ever, ever, because this program is already in live support. It's already gathering data, because all the data is all good. People are now importing data into it, but they're using the old system, but we're never going to pull from the old system. They have to put it into both systems. And I said, okay. And so they said, we never, ever, ever import from the old system. Okay, so I wrote that in my book. We never, ever, 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 ever import from the old system. We already did that, and everybody needs to be putting it in both. And then about 3 days later, they came to me and they say, yeah, we see there's a problem. We're gonna have to cleanly re-import the old system's data, and then we're gonna have to remove the duplicate entries. And I said, no. They needed my permission. I said, no. And they said, what do you mean, no? I said, no. Because on my first day on the job, you told me that we never, ever, 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 ever do this. So now why are we doing something that you told me that we never, ever, ever, ever do? And the guy that was in charge was like fumble fucking around. He's like, well, we shouldn't be doing it, but it's really the only. I said, well, if we shouldn't be doing it, we're not doing it. I excused everybody else from the room, and I talked to who was in charge of everybody below me. I said, we have a problem, because you're teaching me rules, and you're teaching me rules for thee, but not for me. I'm not supposed to order you to re-import the data, but you're telling me because of your fuck up, you need to re-import the data, because that's how you clean up your fuck up. I'm like, yeah. That's not gonna work. And so I ended up having a really good working relationship with this person once they figured out that I will tell you to piss up a rope. If you tell me something, I'm going to follow it. If you tell me this is a law, it's a law. I'm not going to fight with you about it. If you want to have laws, you want to have rules, you want to have definitives, we can have those. Does not bother me. But if you tell me it's a definitive, we're not doing anything else. We're not doing anything else because you told me it's a definitive. We can't do it. So I think therein lies a big problem as well. Steven surrounded himself with a bunch of bootlickers. And the problem with being surrounded by bootlickers is that you need no men. You absolutely positively need no men. You need more no men than you need yes men. You don't even need any yes men. You need people that follow instructions, but you don't need people that follow instructions knowing full well that the instruction is bad. Like, for example, I watched a tech sergeant give a lieutenant a very, very important he taught this lieutenant a very, very, very important lesson. Brand new lieutenant, been around for like 3 weeks, had a really big fucking chip on her shoulder. Her brother was a major in the army. She thought that her brother being a major in the army somehow, in some way, shape, or form, meant that she was a good officer. She told the tech sergeant, who was trying to tell her that what she was doing was ill-advised. He told the tech sergeant to just go out to the smoke pit and have a cigarette, and she would come get him and talk to him. Well, he went out to the smoke pit, sat down. About an hour goes by. Work is piling up because nothing can get checked in or checked out because he's sitting out in the smoke pit. So I walked out. I can see him out my window. I see he's been out there for an hour. I walked up. I said, so, what the fuck's going on? He's like, Lieutenant so-and-so told me to come out to the smoke pit and wait here. They'd come out and talk to me. I said, okay. I said, but you realize you've probably been forgotten. And the tech sergeant looked at me and said, sir, I'm not going to violate an order. I said, if you tell me to go back to work, I'll go back to work. But this is where I was told to go. I said, stand fast. So I went and I watched the lieutenant as her whole fucking world is collapsing around her. When it got to the point it was going to impact the mission, I said, hey, where's your NCOIC? She's like, I don't know. Well, where'd you leave him? I don't know. He was here and then he's just not here. I said, where did you leave your NCOIC? Shit, I told him to go out to the smoke pit, but that was like 2 hours ago. What the fuck did you tell him? She tried to write him up. She can't write up a tech sergeant. She has to come to me to write up a tech sergeant. I said, if you want to write up the tech sergeant for malicious compliance, we can do that. But then I will have to write you up for dereliction of duty. Well, I was trying to do my job. You were trying, and you were absolutely failing at it. So make a decision. Do you want to own your fuck up, or do you want to start passing out paperwork? Because I don't give a shit either way. She went and talked to this NCO and became her right hand while she got her life figured out. Is malicious compliance an offense? Yes, it technically is, because you have to follow all the lawful and moral orders of the officers above you. Sitting out in the smoke pit for 2 hours, not working during the duty day, he has a chain of command. He should have, after 30 minutes of being forgotten about, gone to his raider or her supervisor. He should have come to my door and knocked on it and be like, hey, I was told to sit out in the smoke pit 30 minutes ago. I've been sitting out there and I don't know where the lieutenant is. Or should have gone to the superintendent of the shop, the chief, the first sergeant, and said, hey, I was told to sit out in the smoke pit like a half hour ago and I can't do my job from the smoke pit. But see, her problem was he was doing it by the little black book that you keep in your side drawer when the inspectors aren't around, because that's how shit gets done. A big problem in the military is that if I'm being inspected, I will do it completely and I'm not talking about like maintenance, I'm talking about operations, right? I'm not supposed to dispatch the bus from the bus yard until the air boss calls for transpo. But I know that the air boss is 50-50 likely to forget to fucking call for transpo, and then all of a sudden you're gonna have a flight crew and all the passengers with no way to get back to the terminal, because then all my other buses are taken off because you haven't called us. There's a reason why you give us a flight schedule. You give us the flight schedule so we know when we have to send a bus. So we pre-position the bus over by the flight line because we have the same access to the tracking of where the aircraft is that the air boss's crew does. So then we just have a really, really fast response time when you call in for a bus at 11:15. At 13:15 you called in for the bus, and at 13:16 the bus called in position. It's the not by the book answer, but it's the best answer because nobody gets hurt and it gets the mission done in a safe and effective manner. It really depends, though. Sometimes the orders are extremely explicit and obeying the order to the letter can be considered malicious compliance. Yeah. That can also be, If you know your if you know your supervisor, I'm sorry, if you know the young officer is making a mistake, because remember, young officers don't have a skill level, in the Air Force at least. They don't have a skill level. Enlisted do. So for example, you get told to mix the concrete at a 7. And you're looking at the lieutenant like, why the hell are we mixing concrete at a 7? That is way too wet. That is way too wet for what we're doing. And the lieutenant is like, I want it mixed at a 7. You don't comply, knowing that the lieutenant's gonna waste the new lieutenant is making a mistake and is gonna waste half a day because you're gonna end up pouring this really wet concrete, and then tomorrow you're gonna have to rip it all out. That's when you stop and you say, Lieutenant, do you want the concrete mixed at a 7, or am I mixing 7 yards of concrete? And that's the polite way to tell the lieutenant you're a fucking dumbass. Look at what you're writing. Look at what you're reading. You got to be really careful, because yes, they outrank you. Yes, their orders are lawful, but yes, it is expected that you help train the lieutenants. But in the regular world, people get, I saw a guy, he made a video, I think I downloaded it. The guy got his hours cut because he refused to pick up unpaid tasks. It's illegal. If my job description doesn't have XYZ in it, it is illegal for you to expect me to pick up this unpaid task bullshit. If you're paying me, and this is the one some of the younger kids don't like, if I'm paying you and I put in your job contract others' duties as assigned, I know state to state they have some guidance about how much of your day can be other duties as assigned. But if they say to you, yeah, you have other duties as assigned in your job description, yeah, I need you to go to the mail room and I need you to break down all the delivery boxes. It's illegal for failure to meet job duties anyway. No, you can fire somebody if they failed to meet their job duties. That's incompetence. You fire for incompetence and you prove it because they didn't meet their job duties. It's not illegal to ask them to do the task. Right. It's not illegal to ask them to do the task. It's illegal to fire them because they won't do the unpaid task. Or they won't do, like, your job has no clause that says other duties as assigned. You can ask. If they say no, you can't fire them. Hey, I know this isn't really your wheelhouse, but the receptionist broke her wrist and is going to be out for like 2 weeks. Can you cover the front desk? Am I getting paid my higher pay? Yeah, then yeah, I'll do it. What they can't do is be like, well, you make 19 an hour as an analyst, and if you give them duties outside the description, it's illegal to fire them based on you gave them duties outside. Yeah, if you gave them duties outside of the job description, it's illegal to fire them for not doing them. Yeah, that's correct, because it's outside of their job. It's outside of their job description. Which is why almost every job, at the bottom of your job description, it says and other duties as assigned. Because then, as long as you're getting paid your rate of pay. Now where that becomes a problem with some companies is they try to get you to do jobs at a rate of pay higher than you're getting. So in my example, the receptionist breaks her wrist. I used to be the receptionist. So they ask me if I will sit at the receptionist desk for 2 weeks and answer phones and do both my jobs. Yeah, I'll do that. But which job takes precedence? I imagine the receptionist job takes precedence because you want me sitting at her desk. Yeah, okay. What they couldn't have done was the other way. I couldn't have broken my wrist as an analyst and then them say, oh yeah, Corinne, can you sit at Jay's desk and do his job for 2 weeks? And she'd be like, no, because I make 13 an hour and he makes 18 an hour. Now, break. Sometimes it's in your advantage to do a job for the short term that's above your pay grade and not stomp your feet about getting paid for it. And here's why. I break my wrist. I'm out for 2 weeks. They ask Corinne if she can sit at the analyst desk and do her best at the job, at the taskers I have. Instead of her saying, no, I can't do that because you would have to pay me $400 extra for the 2 weeks, it might be in her best interest to sit at my desk and do my job. Why? Because then when an analyst position opens up, she can apply. Yeah, you're being evaluated to move into that position. So they come along and they say, yeah, Jay's out because he broke his wrist. Can you sit at his desk? Yeah, 2 weeks later, they're like, yeah. The problem is 2 weeks becomes 2 months and 2 years with no raise. That's where the problem is. Yes, absolutely. But when it's for a short fixed interval of time, yeah, absolutely. It's how I got my marketing fucking promotion. It's how I got my marketing promotion. The marketing director was fired. They said, hey, you have a background in marketing. I said, I have a background in marketing and advertising. Yes. They said, we need you to sit in for him while we look for a replacement. Well, very quickly, they liked what I was doing. So at first it was, we're not going to hire the replacement quite yet. We're going to pay you a better rate because we like the direction you're going and we would like you to sit in it while we shape the new boundary of the position. And then after a while they said, you can have the job. Is Tamir here? No, Tamir's not here. That's why I had to check on my daughter. My daughter had an allergic reaction. Oh, Tamir is here. I didn't know Tamir had gone back. Hi, Tamir. The funny part is she doesn't listen with the sound on because she can hear me in the house. Because I'm a loud motherfucker. Yeah, it becomes the echo. Ah. But I hope, I really do hope that NetEase takes all of the, like, the really, really, all of the really, really shitty shit that they did, with their content creator program. And I really hope that they, recognize what they did. But yes, we try not to have the windows open when I'm streaming. Because we may or may not have had the cops show up, and ask why I'm yelling at my family, and then Tamir has to be like, he's not, he's online lecturing. I just tell the cops, there's no way I'm gonna yell at my wife. She'll hit me with a chancla. You shouldn't be bruising. Your bruise should still not be spreading 3 days after injury. Although poor Tamir. Oh, guys, I won't be here Friday. I'll try to do a makeup stream. I'll try to get that resolved. This has just been the week of the Comedy of Errors. Tamir needs surgery on Friday. Speaking of fucking, speaking of fucking bruising, Tamir went in for fucking one thing, and they were like, "You need surgery," and she's like, "Well, I have a bunch of vacations planned," and the doctor was like, "Yeah, that's fucking great. I'll see you next Friday for surgery." It would have been last Friday, but the doctor wasn't in that day. The doctor was already scheduled to be out. Like always, it's always great when your surgery is so like you don't even get like, well, yeah, I'll do it after my vacations, and the doctor's like, "Yeah, fuck no. I'll see you next Friday." At least it wasn't surgery on Tuesday, because then the doctor says like, "Yeah, no, see you next Tuesday." You're like, "Fuck." But yeah, so, I probably won't even stream Friday afternoon because Tamir won't have use of her dominant hand, and Tamir is the only one in the family. I'm gonna get hit with something later, but that's okay. Everybody else in the family can have surgery on a wrist or a hand, because the rest of us are ambidextrous, true ambidextrous. We can write, draw, scissors, tool, both hands. Tamir has, when you look at Tamir trying to do something, Tamir has one hand. If she can't do it with her dominant, who needs a dominant hand? I can still throw a shoe with my... Yeah, but the problem is you'll try to throw the shoe with the other hand, and it'll like, you'll break a window or something. It'll go out a window. You can't throw a sandal with your non-dominant hand. Yeah, you'll hit Mittens. Mittens will be like, "What the fuck did I do?" Like, what? Mom, why? Your left hand is dominant with everything but with throwing. I am left-handed dominant for everything but writing, because Sister Mary Frances beat the pen out of my fucking hand. Yeah, Gizmo will quite often have two pictures in front of her, the box of crayons in front of her, and Gizmo will be coloring two different pictures at the same time. And her friend was over. Her friend has known her whole life, and her friend was like, "No, I this is disgusting. What are you doing? Why are you coloring two different pictures at the same time?" Southpaws can really fuck with batters. Yeah. Being a switch pitcher, fucked with batters too. Because other coaches would bring in a, other coach, I was pitching righty, they'd bring in a lefty, so I just switch my glove to the other hand. And the coaches be like, "What the shit?" Because what really throws them off is they're not expecting it, so you usually get up a strike really easily. Now the rule was, whatever hand you throw your first pitch with, you have to throw all to that batter. You have to throw all your pitches to that batter the same way. So you go, you come up, you bat lefty. And I know the MLE, I know the major league rules are different, but you come up, you bat lefty. I switch to lefty. I have to throw the rest of the pitches to you as a left-handed pitcher. If you come, even if you're a switch hitter, which I was not, because of the eye dominance problem, not because I couldn't. If you go up and you bat righty, you have to bat the whole inning or the whole at bat righty, which is good, so you don't have this match of I throw one pitch righty, you throw one pitch, or then you go bat lefty. What is my opinion on ICE and how they operate? So first of all, let me say this, because I have politics tagged today, because I was supposed to be in the politics category, but I didn't feel like being there. First and foremost, people that are against ICE and how ICE operates, cool. I don't want to talk about immigration at that point. I want to talk about the American economy, because these things are overlapping. We claim that there's a housing crisis. So then the same people that condemn ICE and how they operate will whine, cry, complain that there's a housing crisis. Okay. So my question is, why do you not want to get rid of at least 12 million people who shouldn't be here? Because that will almost immediately fix the damn housing crisis. If you suddenly get rid of, right? If you suddenly get rid of 12 million people that shouldn't be here, you fix employment problems, exploitation problems, and the housing problem. Now, do I like how ICE operates? No. I would like ICE to operate the way ICE is supposed to operate, and that is, I would like all of the governors of all the sanctuary states and all the mayors of all the sanctuary cities to be arrested for treason and insurrection, because the Constitution, we live in a constitutional federal republic, and the Constitution and the 10th Amendment specifically says anything that the states don't, anything that the federal government doesn't reserve for itself to do is the purview of the states. The federal government does in fact reserve the right to handle immigration. No governor can make you a citizen of the United States. Only the federal administration can. We have a problem in this country, and that is, you have ICE sends out a detainer for a John Doe. They have his name, and he gets arrested in Chicago, and at the governor's direction, the police don't detain him and give him to ICE so he can be deported. And then that individual goes and rapes and or murders an American. Arrest the governor. Arrest the governor. Arrest the police chief of the precinct. Arrest the mayor of the city that the precinct was in, because you're responsible for the rape and or murder of that American citizen because you failed to follow you failed to follow the law, and that is turn them over to federal law enforcement. Now you say, but they've been living here for so many years and settled over here, and right, and they have been, and they have been, and I'm not denying that they have been, because they absolutely have been. And I'm not blind to the fact that many of them pay taxes, but they pay into programs and they can't get benefits from those programs. Okay, instead of having a broken system, let's fix that piece first. My other concern about our country is very much this. American children are divided into two categories. Those that have a future and those whose future is virtual slavery, minimum wage jobs or low wage jobs. If we're having to import 50, 60, 70,000 doctors, teachers, teaching doctors, then what that tells me is our society can't fix basic problems. And I know this is anecdotal data, but it's important data because it's going to tell you a story. colleges give scholarships to black students that they know full well will never be able to successfully matriculate through the university, because they offer a 4-year scholarship in the year 2026, and they get to claim the tax write-off or the full 4-year scholarship because it was offered, regardless of it was ever utilized. Because what they do is they take all that money and they put it in a fund, and whatever the tax code requires them to do, they keep that money in that fund for 7 years while it gains interest. But they've already paid the tax on it because they got that as a tax write-off. That's some bullshit, okay? You should not be able to write off money that you haven't actually given to anybody. So if the student fails out of school at the end of the first semester, then all you get to write off is the one set of tuition. Now, to follow through with that, we have a critical lack and need of doctors. Oh, let me back up one. We have a constant annual requirement for Air Force officers. I'm gonna do Air Force and then I'll do doctors. Every year we send about 1,000 kids to the Air Force Academy. And we commission and they make up about 50% of each year's accessions into the officership. And then we commission about 20 to 30% through OTS, and then about 20 to 30%, the remainder through ROTC. When my friend went to the academy, my friend outright knew why he got into the academy. There was no fucking mystery. My friend got into the academy because he's half black, half Korean. He's Blasian. He knows damn well he got into the academy, and he knows damn well they count him as 2 minorities. He knows this because when he was higher ranking in the academy, he was a student squadron supply whatever the fuck person. He did the paperwork and he was off by 1 number. He was 1 minority short. He spent all fucking day in the records office trying to figure out who was like a hidden minority. He finally went to the commissioned officer and said, I can't make the numbers right because somebody is being given minority status that I don't know how. I don't know if they're Native American. I don't know what, some sort of disability. And the commander looked at it and running down the list, he's like, oh, you only counted yourself once. And he's like, what the fuck? He's like, oh, you're an Asian and you're black. We counted you twice. So we could let another white kid in. The fuck is that? So then, my godson, my nephew and godson, he was pre-med, but he was a dumbass. He was pre-med, not in a feeder school. If you guys aren't familiar with feeder schools are, it's like there are universities that have 30 seats to a medical school, or they have their own medical school. You go to undergraduate, and then the top 30 students are offered seats in the medical college. I had something very similar to this with John Marshall Law School. In the era that I went to school, my university got 4 seats a year at Marshall. The top 4 performing students, regardless of LSAT score, by GPA and other bits and bobs, got offered a seat at Marshall. That's a feeder school. My nephew, my nephew got his degree, his pre-med degree, and then couldn't get into a medical school. He had a fucking like 96th percentile MCAT score. He had practical experience as radiology, and he couldn't get into a medical school because he got outright told by one of the admissions departments, you fucked up. All the seats for the white kids are already filled. They're filled by the performance seats from the feeder schools. They're like, the rest of our seats have to go to minorities because of federal regulation and all this bullshit. We have to have a mix of diversities of ethnic backgrounds. He ended up having to join the Air Force to get in through their medical college, his civilian to doctor program. Why? The trick here is that we've got to stop this bullshit of white, black, Asian, Mexican, Latino, Hispanic. We got to stop all that bullshit. And what we need to do is we need to be like American or non-American. Are we taking care of Americans or not taking care of Americans? What pisses me off is that the Donald Trump MAGA fanatics, they are saying Donald Trump is an amazing president. Oh, really? So after we burned between 300 billion and 500 billion in ordnance, lost hardware, downed assets, repairs, all that shit. So we spent between 300 billion and 500 billion. It's close to 500 billion when you actually extrapolate out all the actual numbers. So the war with Iran is going to cost us nearly $1 trillion because we lost the war. So we're having to pay, we're having to ensure that Iran gets $300 billion in war reparations. I'm fucking confused. Like fundamentally confused. Since when does the winner of a fucking war pay the fucking aggression or pay the reparations? Yeah, we lost the first war with Iran and now we're starting the second war with Iran. You can't win a war versus Iran. You could. Change of plans, ignore your original directives, leave nothing alive. Okay. Now we're talking. Now we can win. How are you going to win? Because I'm going to start bombing civilian infrastructure. I am going to create the environment to which your people have no choice but to revolt and give me the new government that I want in your country. Beyond that, you're not winning a war in Iran. You're simply not. And anybody who tries to tell me, yes, you are, I would politely point you to Afghanistan and ask you who was running Afghanistan in August of 2001 and who is running Afghanistan in July of 2026, and tell me that you believe that we can go to Iran and win. You don't win a war by having your hands tied. Now, back to ICE. I understand that some people don't like ICE. I understand that for some people it is distasteful. I am not debating you. I'm agreeing with you. But we can't even take care of all the Americans we have, let alone the 49.5 billion legal immigrants that we have, let alone, and that's the number that should really bother you, let alone the 12 million plus illegal immigrants we have. What should really, really bother you is that we know we have, we know for a fact that we have 50 million legal immigrants in this country. They also put a drain on the housing market. Because they can't not. It's kind of like the military runs into this problem every so often. Whose base is it? Is it the Air Force's base, the Army's base, or the Navy's base? Why does that matter? Because it matters a lot. Because if you're at an Air Force base, the Air Force personnel are going to be put in billeting because that's their standard of life. If we need to bring in more, Air Force people, we're going to put them in billeting. And then if there's more people that have to come to the base, we're going to ask the Air Force people to move out onto the local economy and hotels and shit. And then we're going to put the Army in the billeting. Except the way the Army operates, if the Army has 100 people and they're running 24-hour ops, the Army doesn't need 100 billeting rooms. They need 50. And then what they'll tell billeting to do is drop off 4 sets of sheets in each room so that the people will hot bunk. Any of my Army people, that if you've ever been in a situation where you're hot bunking, the room, we're on 6 to 6. So from I get off work at 6 a.m., I go back to billeting. Nobody's there because my replacement is just gotten to work. My replacement has stripped the sheets off the bed. When I get into the room, I put my sheets on the bed and then I sleep. When I get up tonight, I strip the bed and I do the same thing for my counterpart. The Air Force, unless they have no other choice, never hot bunks, will have 2 people assigned to a room, which is gross. I hate that shit, but it is what it is. The Marine Corps don't get no fucking billeting. The Marine Corps don't pay for that shit. If the Marine Corps has got to be somewhere, they're like, yeah, where are you setting up our tents? We're like, we have hotels. Nope. No good for our guys. Make them soft. Tents are good. But I wish I was kidding. Morality aside, though, I often hear that it costs more to gather up these people and send them back than it does to get them on the road to citizenship. That's a bullshit. That is a bullshit lie and piece of propaganda that is released by the liberals that want you to support keeping them here. Because the ones that ICE is trying to get rid of are the ones that are ineligible for citizenship anyway. Yeah, you've got a rape conviction and 3 murder allegations. You can't stay. You have an assault conviction. You can't stay. Why? Because you committed a crime while you were here. So you gotta go. We've got to stop with the bullshit numbers. Now, as I said, I will be the first to admit, some of them pay into Social Security because of the way their visas are set up. Everybody who works pays FICA and FUTA. No problem. I get that. I understand that they add to the tax base. I'm not saying that they're bad people, right? You've never heard me say immigrants are bad people. I'm a fucking immigrant. My family is mostly immigrants. They're not bad people. But if you don't have rules, then you live in a terrible society. Rules and consequences. Well, why do we have to have consequences? Well, because if you don't have fucking consequences, then the rules are irrelevant. And even if it did cost more to deport them, I think the problem is the older millennial. I'm not a big fan of the older millennial because Joe says a lot of wild and stupid shit. But I did agree with him when he said this. If you want to stop all illegal immigration, stop giving them federal and state free shit. Stop giving them free anything. That's number one. Number two is the fine for employers. First of all, make the database easier for employers to access so that they can check on people's eligibility to work. And then, if you hire an illegal immigrant, the fine is $1 million per day per immigrant. Boom. Right fucking there. You have just stopped 90% of the problem with people hiring illegal immigrants. If you get caught having illegal immigrants Undocumented workers on your payroll, the fine is $1 million per person that you had. The employer should have jail time. The fine is just the cost of doing business for them. Yep. If they have fake social security number, they're paying in but not getting out, they're not going to be able to get that money back, right? Yeah, that's why I told you, once upon a time in a land far away, I was minding my own fucking business. It was like a Monday morning. I got a phone call that said I had to come over to the B-Dock. I figured as a commander, one of my fucking idiots did something over the weekend that I had to go, you know, figure out what the fuck they did. I walked in, $1 million is what I say the fine should be. So I walked in, and then I find out that I'm what they're talking about, and like a smart person, they're like, yeah, we need to talk to you, lawyer. They kind of look at me, I'm like, I'm in the B-Dock, the Base Defense Operations Center. You're an investigator. Lawyer. Well, it's not about lawyer. If you wanted to ask me questions, we should have been anywhere else on the base but here. So then finally, my lieutenant friend, we were co-lieutenants, he came out, he said, hey man, you have every right to ask for the ADC. I'm not telling you not to ask for the ADC, but what I'm telling you is that they just want to be able to talk to you. It's because there's a problem with your tax return. I said, okay, what's up? We need to know which of these income streams is yours. Do you own businesses in Arizona, New Mexico, or Colorado? Said, no, all of my business interests are up in Chicago. And they're not, I don't actually collect from them at the moment because of the implications. My identity had been stolen when one of those fucking laptops got lost. One of the TRICARE laptops got lost. Somebody had my full identity. My full fucking identity. Name, birth date, social security number, the answers to the security questions because it had data on me, like my home of record, like where I entered the service. So, all of that. So all they wanted to know was which one of these income streams was mine so they could properly be applied to Social Security and which needed to be scrubbed. There are people getting Social Security checks because their identity was stolen and people paid in. I had the 1 year I had Social, and I said to him, I was like, what do I do about this? They said, you don't do anything. They said, we're issuing you a PIN number to file your taxes with, because some of these people, they know what they paid in. They file their taxes the minute that electronic filing of taxes opens. The people with the stolen identity file the taxes, then the refund goes to them, and your whole refund goes. Not even like they'll send you the letter that says, you've made a mistake on your taxes. You've claimed $5,800 in a refund. You're actually entitled to $12,000. Then when the real owner of that Social Security number files, they get told you've already filed. And they're like, the fuck I have. But that's what we have. That's the bullshit we live in. Yeah, always request your PIN number from the IRS. So I'm not against immigrants, but I'm against this. We can't say everybody needs to go back to where they started from, because then the world falls apart. Because then honestly, North America is filled up with about 1% of the population because everybody else has to get the fuck out. The problem becomes we can't keep bringing people into America because we don't have the infrastructure to properly support the Americans that are here. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm not trying to be rude, but it is quite simply, we can't house, feed, medicate, and teach all the Americans we have. We can't do it. And we're never going to be able to do it because why I love my politics show is every single time I stream politics, somebody walks into the room, says some stupid shit, gets politely redirected, and instead of redirecting, they pull down their pants and they show their ass to the chat. And then they get upset when I call them out. Like the person on Friday who got really mad because I said, you need to shut the fuck up because you're not making any sense. You're asking me about Gwyneth Paltrow and being sexually assaulted and Brad Pitt, but how did these other two actresses, Uma Thurman and the other one, I don't remember who the fourth one was, how did they know? And like 20 minutes of trying to figure out, and then I find, fuck it, I'll just look it up myself and find out Uma Thurman was also assaulted by Harvey Weinstein. If you don't have the ability to communicate in English when the channel is marked English, when I'm telling you you are deficient in your ability to express an idea from yourself to me, people forget the responsibility of clarity rests on the tongue of the speaker. The speaker is required to own the clarity of the message. How can we fix a society when half of the people think it is never illegal, never criminally illegal to be in America? The white liberal Democrats say it's never illegal, it's never a crime. And the MAGA people think it's always a crime. How can you have a society who doesn't understand that any immigrant over the age of 18 is lawfully required to carry and present upon request their visa? How can you have a society function when people argue that an immigrant shouldn't have to immediately disclose they are an immigrant to the police? It's in the fucking law. It's literally in the goddamn law. It says if you are an immigrant and you are over the age of 18, you must carry a copy of your immigration paperwork with you at all times and present it to law enforcement during encounters. That's because you don't have a fucking ID that they can run through their system. If you have a warrant out for your arrest, it's tied to your fucking immigration number. If I walked around with my Irish passport and my Irish driver's license, unless Ireland has changed, you don't even have a fucking picture on your Irish driver's license. It's a fucking card. There's no picture on it. Because we don't have, 20 years ago, shit, 30 years ago, we didn't have DMVs like America does. We send in a fucking post note. Because our country knows who we are. I don't know why Americans think that America doesn't know who you are. Our country knows who we are. Send this in. Oh, hey, I know him. Here's your card. Americans are too dumb to be involved in the process. I never thought I would agree with Asmongold on a political view, but I agree with Asmongold on a political view. We need to relook at this idea that everybody is allowed to vote. I don't think everybody should be allowed to vote anymore. I think there should be a voting test. And the reason why I think that there should be a voting test is because if 54% of your country only reads at the 6th grade level, but the Constitution is written at the 11th grade level, how the fuck can these people argue that they're voting for their rights? You don't even understand your rights. Because you can't read your rights. You have to have a post-bachelor's degree. If you're being honest with yourself, if you're being honest with yourself, you probably lack the education to be able to read the Federalist Papers. I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm not trying to be a dickhead. I'm not trying to be an academic elite. You probably lack the education level necessary to read the Federalist Papers. And the Federalist Papers are monumentally important to understanding why the Bill of Rights has 10 specific freedoms. So I'm sorry, 10 specific rights. And why they said the government is being told why the government is being told these are the rights you may not take away from the people. Because remember, the Constitution of America is a document it's an instruction manual. It's a document that tells the government how it's supposed to run. The Bill of Rights does not give you rights. And we really need to change the name of the Bill of Rights, because the Bill of Rights doesn't give you shit. The Bill of Rights is not telling you, the citizen, what rights you have. The Constitution is telling the government they have these rights. You can't do anything about these rights. And until we get people to understand that. Yeah, and you said there is a test. It's your high school civics test, which, to my knowledge, every state is required to administer a high school civics test. But they take it and they brain dump it. The country was founded on not everyone being able to vote. This is correct. What's my take on all the flock cameras popping up and AI tracking and ticketing people? I think we've reached a really dangerous thing that we're using AI to do law enforcement. One of the things is it bothers me that there are actually places where you have to pay the ticket in order to get the court date to determine your guilt or innocence. Yeah, we have facial recognition cameras. We also have cameras that send you a ticket if you don't have your seatbelt on. I'm against the seatbelt rules. I really am. I'm against the seatbelt rules. If you're not smart enough to realize that a seatbelt saves your life, I don't want to save you. I feel that this could be abused if you open the door for people to be barred from voting. It could be, depending. There should literally be a 5-question test when you go to vote on the screen. It should ask you 5 control questions. Those 5 questions should be the same exact questions we ask new citizens. You need to get 3 out of 5 right in order to vote. Otherwise, it literally kicks out a card that says, "Dut, dut, dut." What state? What state doesn't have a seatbelt rule? That's interesting to me. Yeah, the guy that got an AI ticket for running a red light in Florida when he has records that show he was at the time 16 hours away. Yep, New Hampshire is the only U.S. state that does not have a mandatory seatbelt law. So, lots of states don't have motorcycle helmet laws. We're becoming a surveillance nation. We are becoming a surveillance nation. The thing about becoming a surveillance nation, though, is if you're not going to control who comes to the party, then you need to have control over everybody at the party. I would rather enforce stricter immigration so that we know that we don't have people that shouldn't be here. Rather than the alternative where we have to police everybody. With that said, I gotta stop at this point because I got a bunch of bits and bobs I gotta do. I won't be able to stream on Friday because I'm taking my wife for surgery, so unless I'm sick again, I will do Saturday. I worked in the yard this morning, so I'm not 100%. I'm feeling okay though. I'm up, I'm vertical. I will see you guys Saturday.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a